Good morning. Good morning. How is everybody? First, let me apologize. I forgot to post that I wouldn't be live yesterday. I did say it in a couple of lives, and I did show the November calendar, but I should have posted. It's just been an incredibly long weekend. So the funeral was Saturday. Monday, I went to the doctor and got news that I wasn't expecting in a bad way. And then yesterday was the anniversary of my father's passing. So it's been a long weekend. But we're going to get through it. We're going to get through it all. So I haven't really been around this weekend except to watch scammers. And then I was emailed a video. Thank you guys. Thank you. I appreciate it. I was emailed a video from an old Tim account. And it just so happened to pop up while I was just doing my morning thing. Oh, thank you, San Antonio, Texas. So I had to do that. I'm sorry. And I sent it out to a bunch of people so they can make their own videos about it without my stuff. And then I needed to, at first I reposted it. Then I was like, no. Take that down because it has all of his payment apps on it and all of that. And I want people to know he's a liar, and he has been a liar. I sound refreshed. Yes. Mr. was amazing. Let's just put it that way. He gets me through most things. So now I'm ready. I'm ready to go. Good morning, good morning, good morning to anybody just coming in. I'm ready to go. And it's going to be a good month. It has been crazy. It has absolutely been crazy. So I don't want y'all to do it now, but if you haven't gone to my page yet this morning, there is a video of Mr. Nash from an old account of his that is, good morning, Fallon. I see you, baby girl. That was sent to me this morning in email. I do not have that person's TikTok name. Oh, thank you, Linda. So that I'm not going to say their government name, but I'm waiting for them to get me their TikTok name so I can give them credit. Because they did the deep dive. It wasn't me. But we all know that when he gets his account back, he's going to start again. I don't know when he's going to get it back exactly, but when he does, I want as many people to have seen that video as possible. Because he wants to say that that's when he was using, right? But he is doing the exact same acting now that he was doing back then. He's supposed to get his lives back today. Cool. So that hopefully with all of you guys that are in here, and I'll talk about it again later when there's more people in here, you don't have to like me. You don't have to want to support me. None of that. Repost it or make your own video and post it. Because I want 50 people in there asking him a question about it. That's all I care about. Good morning to my mods. I know I saw Sherry and Erica. Good morning. Thank you guys for always holding it down for me. You guys make sure that the sub-only chats continue going. When I happened to look at it, I saw that there was 200 messages in each of the chats. I appreciate you guys so much. Y'all handle that for me in a way I never expected. And for everybody that's in there that keeps everybody informed, again, Thank you. I appreciate you guys so much. That runs beautifully whether I am there or not. So, again, I thank you. So, if you are here and you have not done so, please hit the daily heart me. If not, if you're new and you've just come in, stick around. And if you like what you hear, join the team. If not, stick around anyway, because you might just learn something. And let me tell y'all, this will probably go past 9:30. And for everybody who has to go, I understand. I also know that I'm 2 days behind in posting the live. Please bear with me. This has been a very long weekend. And so today, last Wednesday, last Friday, and today will all be posted today. Okay. I also want to wait. Let me show the grid for today anyway. This is the grid as I did it. Thank you, Yvonne. This is the grid as I did it, recognizing that I literally could have had a second grid drawn up today. And as a matter of fact, hold on. I thought I forgot something. Give me a. I'm sorry. Oh, that's supposed to not say wrench. That's supposed to say Bella James. Listen, it could have been wrench. Let's be honest. I apologize for that. But I literally could have another grid after today. I will say this. There was a lot going on this weekend, so I may. Oh, happy born day. All for one. Always be happy you made it to another year. I know at my age I am. But even when I was younger, I was happy to make it to another year because so many people that were my age and younger didn't live. And I had a whole new outlook because I've told you guys, when I was 25 my husband passed away and he was 39, and I at 25, in my 25-year-old mind, I kept telling myself he lived a long life. Now he did a lot of things in his life, don't get me wrong, but in my mind he had lived this enormous life. And when I hit 38, I realized he hadn't lived at all. So making it to another year is always a beautiful thing. Grammy D, I bet you did. So, oh, thank you, little bit. So, first of all, gifts are appreciated, they are not expected. What I need for you to do is every time I change a photo, please like the live until you feel the heart until you feel the heart's tail. If you don't know what that is, when you start tapping and you keep tapping, the heart will show up. If you keep tapping, you'll see a little, what I call a tail to the heart. Keep tapping until you feel that, and then please take a break. If you want to tap after that, I appreciate it for two reasons: to keep the live from being taken down and to end up on the For You feed. Because the more people we introduce these scammers to, the less likely that they'll be tempted to send money. Now, we know we have some who just literally go from scammer to scammer. When I tell you what I am working on for the Enablers Live, chef's kiss. Believe me. Make sure you're at that digital after dark, because I'm going to introduce to you something that I think as a community we will be able to use from now until forever. Okay, back to who I'm going to talk about today. As I said, there could be two grids from Friday to this morning. There has been so much. I only made one grid because that's what I do. But I'm going to highlight some other people because of their nonsense. And while I haven't been able to take a lot of notes on those people, I think people need a place to talk about it. So I have Sheena, I have Gabby, and a few others. And I would love for people to come in the box and expound on what I know or what I don't know. Listen, we could go as long as we want to this morning. As long as there are people here who want to talk, we can go. Mods, you are not obligated to stay, okay? Real life always comes first. Oh, beggars, enablers, Digital After Dark will be about them. And we may talk about, I don't know if we'll be able to do that, but we'll see. We're definitely going to talk about it. At least the final four. But there are some other people who have gotten so much worse since we did that we might end up having to talk about a few, or we might have to do multiple Digital After Darks. I mean, we still have December that we can talk about what we're going to do then. Okay, so this morning, Stud Soldier, she always finds a reason to need money. Tim and Angela are back, and I have some thoughts about their newfound way of getting money. Of course, we have Megan, because lies, and I'm going to prove it to you. Then we have Carla, because I have a raising the consciousness on her foolishness. Of course, we have Faith, and I have a double-sided warning about that. Christina and her shenanigans. Then we have Bella James side-eyeing Miss Fei and her foolishness. And of course, how could we go without talking about Timothy Nash? So let's see who I want to talk about first. Let's do Bella James. And if you're new here, I always put their name and their account, their right in the middle of the page. Oh, you want me to do Stud? I'll do Stud next. So that way, I always say, you don't have to believe what I say. Go watch for yourself. Somebody please get that See My Age out of here. Yeah, I know. I know. That's why I did it first. I know it's not Wrench. It's Bella James. Thank you, thank you. Can somebody get See My Age out of here, please? Mute and block. So, thank you, Sherry. Good morning, good morning. It is hard, beggars and enablers. It is hard. You're going to hear a lot of pages switching because I have a lot of days, obviously, since the last time we went live. So please bear with me. I don't want to miss anything. Okay. Okay, so on Friday, the 7th, and don't forget to like the live until you feel the heart's tail. Bella James uses their car to ask for money. Most scammers have a favorite thing, right? Something that will always get people to send them money. And for Bella James, it is the car. And not only does it need gas, but it always needs coolant. Yes, a focal point, Roro. But also needs coolant to go everywhere. She claims that the coolant, she can't use water. It has to be like coolant out the bottle. But every time you go somewhere, you need gas and coolant. And if that's the case, is there a hole somewhere? Because every time he has to go somewhere, if he has to go to work, if he has to pick up, her, if she has to pick up her partner, if she has to go to the grocery store, whatever it is, I need gas and coolant every single time. And my thing is, in the amount of money people have sent for coolant, you could have got it fixed. Oh, Janky, I'm not disputing that at all. I have a problem with the fact that both she and her man work, and yet everybody else needs to pay all of their expenses. And you guys know, here's your co-host. Good morning, White Sox. Are you going to be in the way? Of course, Japonica, for all we know, it could be fixed already. But it is okay. There's enough space for you to get comfortable. Why is it that every move you make, thank you a little bit, is going to create a need for more money? So this is my thing. Oh, dang, I lost my train of thought. White Sox. What was I gonna say? Oh, I know what I was gonna say. I am waiting for the big bag to start in about a week or two. And that big bag is, remember, he applied to have a fireworks stand the last week of the year in Texas. And fireworks in Texas is a big deal. But when he named off all of the things that he was going to need to do that fireworks tent, if you don't have gas to get you from home to the grocery store, how are you going to buy all of that? How? And I think he left, and he told everybody everything. So when he starts to beg for it, he'll be like, I told you guys 3 weeks ago that I was going to need all of this stuff. And what the scammers do now is they'll be like, and if you want your money back, I'll pay you. He did that the other day. He showed his subscriber payout and was like, I need a heater. But I'll get to that. Yes, Granny Annie, and that's what he applied for. Oh, I'm sorry. Mister just sent me a nice message. So on Friday, he needed $36 because he needs gas to get to work next week. Now, he hasn't worked. I have to keep I'm sorry. I do not mean to misgender. I never do. I never do. Whatever you want to be referred to, I'm going to refer to you in that way. I apologize. It's just when I look at the face, that's what comes. But I'm trying. I don't mean any disrespect. Good morning. I don't mean any disrespect. So she needed $36 for gas and coolant to go to work next week. Now, she hasn't worked because she's been sick. And apparently, as you know, she's a waiter. And of course, people don't want their food brought to them by somebody who is ill. I get it, right? But on Friday, you're asking for $36 to get back and forth to work because you think you're going to get a note to go back to work, but you're already asking for it on Friday. Grammy, I apologize. Again, I don't mean anybody, I don't mean any disrespect whatsoever. But as she's talking, she talks about going to the dentist and having braces by next March or April. And I immediately wrote down, do you expect people to pay for that too? Like, I'm so confused. Then she'll say, I know everybody has their own stuff. So then why do you keep coming to TikTok expecting people to give you money when you know that everybody has their own stuff? Like, when I tell you it is the reverse psychology of it all, well, I understand everybody's having a hard time, but I still need $36 for gas and coolant for next week. What? If everybody has their stuff, why are you begging? And I'll say it now, and I've said it a million times. There are not independent, wealthy people in the live looking for people to give money to. It is people who are just like you, who sometimes have to rob Peter to pay Paul, or have to eat canned goods all week. I saw a story on the news the other day, and someone from Congress, I think it's a senator, was having a conversation with a constituent, and he was complaining about what his insurance will be next year. And he said that his wife is pregnant and due in December, and they got their information for what their insurance would be next year. That it's $800 a month now for him and his wife. And of course, they're going to add the daughter when she's born in December. But then next year, they've already told him it's going to be $1,600, and he's like, I don't have another $800. If he had another $800, he would probably have better insurance. So he said that because they're already strapped, that he eats a can of soup for dinner so his wife can eat a healthy meal because she's crazy. I mean, because she's pregnant. What I say crazy for? Because she's pregnant. People everywhere, before the shutdown, after the shutdown, are robbing Peter to pay Paul. And yet, you feel like, and when I say you, I mean anybody on this list, feel like people should come off their money to help you live life. You're not in an emergency situation. It's just an everyday thing for you. Faith for security actually had a nerve to say that she knows everybody could rub 4 quarters together and send it to her. Excuse me? Right, Cindy. It is literally the definition of audacity. If we had a picture dictionary, it would say audacity and all the scammers. You'd have to have a book a mile long. Entitlement to, Belle. So you're going to have braces. Okay. Was taken by who? See, I heard that, Cindy, but I haven't seen proof of that, but I did hear that. And then she said coolant runs out because it just runs out. Not as often as you ask for it. Then he says something about, he was going back and forth with a woman named Lisa. And he says something about, and she says something about being engaged with someone that she was in a relationship with, that she met at the age of 11 and he was 17. Well, were you engaged when you were 11 or did that happen eventually? And then I found out that they have been on Jerry Springer, among others. And I was like, I get it. That is her name to fame. And back then, her name was Justin. Her dead name was Justin. And she said she doesn't like that name. But that was the name used. And you know me, I was like, do, 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 do. All you got to do is look up Justin Cunningham, Jerry Springer. So you have been dying for attention for years. And now TikTok is your new stage. So yesterday, now remember, just Friday was gas and coolant for the cars so that she could go back to work next week. If you are unaware, it was cold. Yes, rest in peace, Jerry Springer. It was cold in Florida. This is hilarious. I actually have the heat on, not for myself, but for my babies, of course. Because I don't like for them to feel chilled, right? It was cold in Texas. And apparently they live in a trailer or something and it has no heat. Now, how long have you been living there? You've been living there long enough to know there is no heat. Why is it anybody else's responsibility to buy a heater for you? They live in a shed? I thought they lived in a trailer. Okay, even better. If you live in a shed, yeah, proud fire wife. I'm Central Florida, and I had to turn the heat on. And this is very early in the year. Usually I might have to do that at the end of January or February, but I put the cats first. So I was worried about them being chilled, so I put it on. Especially overnight. Even though they sleep with us, I'm just concerned about them. So if you live in a shed, you know that you're going to need a heater. But the thought isn't ever, let me see if we could figure this out. The thought is, oh, we need it. Let me just go to TikTok and get it. Let me just go to TikTok and get it. Well, if you live in a shed, it is probably colder than in a secure house. And somebody says something about asking their pastor. And she said his family is on a mission trip to Jamaica. But wait, but wait. It wasn't just for the heater. Now she needs money for the heater, for some food, and gas. Again. Where did you go from Friday to Monday that you need gas again for the week ahead? And when people suggested, good morning, disturbed one, when you say you need gas, where are you going? B, you haven't been to work. You say that you can't go to a food pantry because you don't have the gas and coolant. And I don't think she sees the doctor again until Friday. So, what was the whole thing about asking for money on Friday for work when you can't see your doctor until this Friday to get the note? And then, of course, there's a mod named Peach Star 26 that says the $1 challenge has started. Good morning, MLA. Peach Star, you send him all the dollars then. I don't understand why mods and enablers feel like they get to tell other people, white socks, stop getting more comfortable because you're messing up the setup. I mean, just moving and moving and moving. You send all the dollars. Oh, Lord. Good morning. Oh, maybe I should ask. AB baby, I'll just drop you. I know a lot of people are tapping and I appreciate it. If you want a box, say it in the chat and then the mods can pin it and I'll know. So then somebody said, can I purchase it for you at Walmart? And she said, I still need gas and coolant to go pick it up. When I tell you that this car, by the time they finished, they could have bought another car. Oh, thank you, Georgie. And the problem is, this goes on day after day after day after day, and yet her partner goes to work every day. And she actually had a nerve to say to the chat that she doesn't go anywhere because she saves the gas to bring her partner back and forth to work. So now you're not just paying for her to go where she wants to go, but you have to pay for her partner to go back and forth to work every day. Y'all live in a shed. Where is the money going? And then when they were asking for food, their food stamps don't come until next week on a regular cycle. So they wouldn't even be getting the food stamps even if the government wasn't shut down, and yet you're still asking people for food. And if anybody suggests you go to any food pantry, it's, I need gas and coolant. Like, every time somebody says something, that's the immediate response. I need gas and coolant. Well, I'll order you food at Walmart. Well, I need gas and coolant. White socks. Buddy, I'm about to make you move. And then she also said that her doctor's office is literally like a social, a community blessing. Literally in one building, they have everything. And what actually surprised me was that they had a food pantry there as well. I bet you did, Karen. She only wants money. Not all of Texas did, but I can believe that all of Texas will. Really, Karen. So the doctor's office has a whole food pantry, and I'm not talking about canned peaches and a box of cereal with no milk. She said she's gotten pork chops and you name it. And I was like, well, why aren't you there? Now, I believe they probably have, like, you could come once a month, or you can come when you can go to the food pantry when you have an appointment, because otherwise people would just be lining up there like they line up at the other food pantries, right? But then when it's like, okay, well, you're seeing the doctor on Friday, that's when you said you'll be able to get food. And guess what is going to be the next thing they say? Y'all tell me what the next thing is going to be. Anybody? What are they going to need to go to the doctor's appointment on Friday? That's right, Grammy. You hit it first. Gas and coolant. So no matter what resources available, they're going to still need your money for gas and coolant. Every time. Hey, Bella, I see you. You would never scam me. I'm not that serious. I'm not that dense. But I love to know why you think in this economy, while other people are struggling, that you feel like you are deserving of their money. And you don't do it because it's an emergency. You just do it every day. And then my second question is, You want to do a fireworks stand at the end of the month, at the end of December. You named off all of the things you said you needed. How are you going to pay for that? Oh, according to her, she has a job. She just hasn't been able to work because she's been sick. I'm waiting. How are you going to pay for all of the stuff that you need to do the fireworks stand? So I guess the only reason I have for talking about somebody is if they've scammed me personally. And the crazy part is that it said, "How did I scam you?" So are you admitting that you scammed people? I love how they blow through here, make a comment, and then run. And they have a GoFundMe? Oh, hold on. You know what's so funny about the GoFundMe? And thank you very much. I'm going to show it. I know you can't see it, but bear with me. You can't see the comments, but bear with me. I'll go back to the picture. This isn't even a GoFundMe in Bella's name. It's a Haley Hansen or something like that. Bella could use our help to get back on her feet. She has a job, but her car has stopped working, and she needs a working car to keep her job. I would like to help raise funds to get her current car out of the shop or to get her a different car, whichever one is cheaper. Now, what's so funny is the picture of the car is the generic picture on GoFundMe of a car, because I'm looking into somebody who is a bolo, but I haven't watched them enough to actually bring it. Yeah, Karina. When I talked about her the other day, I went through everything she would need to sell. Um, what do you call it? Fireworks in Texas. It's a very long list. Right, Judy? Again, how do you fix your face to beg for somebody else that is already begging on TikTok? Now, she has fans, don't get me wrong, because she asks and she receives. But I think what people miss about, or the difference between a person in need and what we would call a beggar, scammer, liar, manipulator, is that some people think, oh, okay, you just need $30 for gas and coolant. And then you'll be able to go back to work and you'll be good. That's somebody in need. A beggar, scammer, liar, manipulator, on the other hand, that's just the ask of the day or of the morning. That's not the ask to get me from point A to point B and then I'll be good after point B. It's every single day, every single expense. And there's always something new. Always. That's okay. Scram Nana. It's okay. Don't worry. I scroll in and out of lives all the time. But around here, you're an adult. You scroll in and scroll out. You don't got to apologize. You don't even got to tell me. I'm not worried about it. Is Bella back? Because I still have my question about how you're going to run the fireworks stand, considering all of the things you need to purchase, and yet you need gas and coolant to go to Walmart to get a heater. And while you're here, why don't you tell us what you need to beg for today? Get started early, because I know you're going to come on and do it. And then, of course, you're going to come on and you're going to talk about me and you're going to be like, I have haters and blah. And let's show them that y'all love me and let's make them mad. When people send you money, I don't get mad. I could literally care less. The goal is to stop anybody new from giving you their money. The fact that you have other people who have probably never even met you in real life begging for you is diabolical. Diabolical. As if you running your mouth in the live isn't enough. But thank you for being here. I appreciate it. You could stick around. You might learn a thing or two. And I've said what I said with my whole chest. So now you can run along and go live. I'm surprised you're even awake this early. But you could run along and go turn on your live and complain about me. I'll appreciate it. They kill me because they run and talk about me, and then guess what happens? Everybody comes over here, or they go get their people. Y'all don't realize that ends up sending people to me, then that ends up sending people to my YouTube so that they can watch and see what I've said. But thank you. I love haters. No, I promised I was going to do somebody else. Who did I promise I was going to do? Wait, let me see. Oh, I promised I would do stud. Wait, what? Hold on. Let me just tell you something. You know why they don't get... Oh, my YouTube is Digital Deceiver Shadow, all one word. That's how I found you, Digital. Now I know a lot of scammers. Thank you, Mrs. Chris. Let me tell you something. Oh, picture change. Yes, everybody liked the live until you feel the heart's tale. If you want to find me on any app to remain consistent, my email is Digital Deceiver Shadow. My Instagram is Digital Deceiver Shadow. My YouTube is Digital Deceiver Shadow. My favorite, I have a favorited, a clapper. It is always Digital Deceiver Shadow, no matter where you go, so that it is easy to find me. So go ahead and go run along and get your people and talk crap about me. It only helps. But the reason why most of them wouldn't bother getting a box, because if I really applied the pressure, they would drop anyway. It's like battling a middle schooler. Well, that's her name. The at stud soldier is her name. And by the way, just so that we're fair, her other account, which she's now starting to do a Jordan Paul, where it's like, let me go to another account to see if I can get people to give money on that one, is Stud Soldier and Wifey, or it's Mrs. Stud Soldier. Yeah, she goes back and forth between the two. So let's find. Okay, that's that. Let me make sure that there aren't any other notes. Okay. So from Friday, we all know that apparently there was a fire. And if you ask the soldier, they lost all of the children's clothes. Now, in a fire, get out, right? Like, just get out. What I don't understand is how it was only the kids' clothes that got burned. Like, your clothes, your wife's clothes didn't get burned? Just the kids. And see, when it's just the kids, it makes me feel like, you know, that if you said you lost clothes, people would be like, figure it out. But for the children, people, wait a minute, what? Oh, yeah, she says that she's the Island Boy's sister, but she's not. It was literally, she's not. She just, when they were popular, her going out and saying she was their sister got her clout. And she wants to be, I believe, a country singer. Blackheart, let me tell you. Again, and this is something that I know. People who are on rugs think they sound normal. They think that everything they do is normal, and people can't suss it out. Like that, God, I'm gonna forget her name. Cassie, the battler, who's like, oh, I overtook my medication. Girl, in the video that you were trying to explain about your slurred words, you couldn't even get the words out. You couldn't even keep your eyes open. and then you posted it and then left it up. Because when you are high as a kite or inebriated, you don't realize what you're doing. So my question is, why is it that only the children's stuff got burned? You thought, let me take my stuff before the kids? It is, and again, part of what pisses me off about her is when she was begging a few months back because she claimed she switched jobs and then they gave her a faulty check. And that her and her family would be outside, that they're not beggars, they're not scammers. She really got taken advantage of, and that she was going to be able to go back to being a correctional officer, and that she was waiting on her check, right? So people helped her out during that time. And the moment she got her check, they're sitting like at Sam's or somewhere, sitting down eating. And because it wasn't a restaurant, it looked like, you know how Sam's Club and all of them have that little like dining area. And she was like, see, I told y'all I wasn't a scammer. I just needed to get my check. And I was like, okay, but I'm going to keep watching. And this is why. Because every time you turn around, Maggie's live, go see what she's asking for this week. I mean, I should say for this day. I'm sure she has her little piece of paper and list out. I know, right? Maggie, we ain't talking about you, but she went live. Wait a minute. Lusher life. Hold on, let me write that down. Oh, I'm gonna use a different notebook for TikTok notes. White socks. Okay. Thank you very much. Oh, we know that. Guess who I saw live yesterday? Cody. So we all know that as we get closer and closer to Christmas, she wants 21. Not sure why, because she's yelling at people. And have a nerve to still want money after treating people like crap. Imagine that. It's almost Christmas. The bag is going to come. So the man in the room behind them fell asleep with a lit cigarette. Now, she says something about the hotel has to wait for the insurance claim, right? But they've already been given a hotel room for a month. Right, Jane Doe? They've already given you a hotel room for a month. So this is my question. If you don't have to come up with the money for the hotel room every single day, why do you not have the money to buy the kids some clothes? And she's not like, oh, can we just replace their night wear or whatever. She wants 7 outfits per child. 7. And initially, really, Sophia, I didn't even notice. And coats, right. Please, somebody see my private video out here. Like, I don't even understand why they come in here. I really don't. Thank you guys. So, if you're not paying for the hotel room every day, where is that money going? Of course, Jan. And if you say to her the Red Cross, she'll have an excuse. Or the Salvation Army. Well, my car is broke down. And that's what I truly feel this money is for. Right. I feel like the money is really for the car because you don't have to pay for the hotel room and yet you can't get the money together. Mind you, she claims she can walk to Walmart. I know Chick Jen. I know. Two of them are her sisters. But this is what's funny. She claims that even though she shares custody with the sister, remember, I caught her back at the end of September because she claimed that the kids didn't have insurance and so that the insurance couldn't she couldn't get a nebulizer through the insurance. If your sister, who is actually their mother and their guardian, who you claim is a rug user, that she doesn't have medical for her kids, why, if you have custody of them, why don't you have medical for the kids? And she blurted out, they'll have medical from my job on October the 1st. Well, according to you, you've been working there a super long time. And that even though you resigned to go take this job being a contractor and got a false paycheck, that your separation wasn't final. So you were able to go back to work. But then she says, because I'm like, you're online all the time begging for money. What's up with the job? Well, I haven't been to work in a little over a week because my car isn't working. What job is keeping you when you can't get there for an entire week unless you're using vacation? And then in that case, you'd still be getting a paycheck. Oh, wait, we have a supporter? Oh, okay. Good morning, good morning, good morning, everybody coming in. I don't believe it. We know time and time and time again, if they have animals or kids, they will use them to get money out of people because people feel automatic empathy for children. No, I don't. Life is good. I don't go real life in that way. Because for me, it doesn't matter if they were staying in Trump Tower or Hotel 6. Yes, she does have 6 kittens. I'm going to get to that. Because you know how I feel about people without money having pets. And that's because 2 of her cats got frisky. Oh, I know Jen Bug. She's looking for $21. Again, how are you feeding those kittens for A? And then she actually had a nerve to say they'll be ready in 2 weeks, which suggests to me that you've gotten them looked by a vet and gotten their first shots. Again, if you have the money for that, why wouldn't you have the money to get your children clothes? I also think that this may be a Christmas bag. So that she has all of that stuff for Christmas, and now there are boxes for the kids to open. Because this is the thing. Initially, she said, I'm not doing an Amazon wish list because they need the clothes right now. They need to be able to go to school right now. I need the cash right now. And then lo and behold, guess what happened? I finally did a wish list because people said they would buy the stuff from Amazon directly if it was on an Amazon wish list. I thought you needed the clothes right now. Right now. That's what I thought you said. And if you're not paying, I'm going to say it again. If you're not paying for the hotel room for a month, you and your wifey and the kids should be flush. If they are homeschooled, that's dangerous. That's dangerous. Because we got two people who aren't bright homeschooling the kids. Right, Cassidy. I know. I know they would have helped. That's what they do. And you don't have to go to the Red Cross. The Red Cross would come to you. Never showed any evidence of a fire, though. I agree, Heather. If you're going to allow children to be homeschooled, but they are not in an approved program, then a parent should have to be able to prove to the state what they're doing. And then the children should have to take a test to prove that they are at least meeting the basics for that age group. Right, Tanya? Oh, listen, that's what Kiki does. We're teaching the children. That's going to be the new generational curse. A bunch of kids who only know how to make it happen on social media. Shay, listen. She was mad that somebody only sent $50 for 4 kids. Well, I think the room is about $50 to $60 a day. If the fire hadn't happened, how did you intend to pay for it? Oh, thank you, Cece. How did you intend to pay for it? No, she can't, Grammy, because she doesn't have a car. But she wants people to pay for the car. And so that if you want to send to help her get the car fixed, send it to her. And then the note say it's for the car. And that's what she's going to do. Her mom and sister both, you know what? The other thing that always lets me know that they're a scammer, beggar, liar, manipulator is because she gets mad when people ask questions. Wow. So her sister probably has the kids. She probably uses them to get money. Let me tell you something. Maggie has got to be over 10,000. And by the way, for people who don't know, you can only block 10,000 people. And then what happens is every time you add another person to the list, somebody comes off the list. She has probably blocked 30,000 people in her time on TikTok. But what do we always say over here? Blocking is symbolic. because I'm always going to be able to watch. AP baby, nobody has to apologize in here. You come and go as you please. You don't have to apologize. I appreciate you being here and the time that you are here. It is no worries. Please don't apologize. By the way, guys, TikTok has figured out another way to make money. There is a new ghost mode, and I believe it's $100, if I'm not mistaken. But I don't know, because I'm not really doing all of that. Okay, honey. It's a new ghost mode where, she may not be on the list, but we're going to talk about her today. It's 130, where you can pay a month, a month, and then the chat nor the host, or I should say the mods nor the host, can find you, see you, nothing. And the crazy thing is, I bet millions of people have already purchased it. It's ridiculous. Oh, you do can't have caught yet? I'll go check it out. Matter of fact, send it to me, because I'll be lying. I'm like, really? That's great. Like, and this is the thing. You have to ask yourself, why would anybody on TikTok need that? Why would anybody on TikTok need that? By the way, I noticed very, very quickly that the new rule that you would get a violation for not having your face. Please see my private video. Right, Fluffy. What? Goodness, now I done lost my train of thought again. Goodness, will you private people just stay out of here? Oh, I know what I was saying. I see very quickly that those violations went away. Cindy, I bet I know who it is. I that went away quick. Real quick. Exactly, proud fire wife. Well, I have to go in on burners because the moment they see digital, I get blocked. I'm in some cases I'm pre-blocked. I haven't even seen the person before and I'm blocked. But I can always watch, because blocking is symbolic. When people can't ask you questions, there's something wrong. And I know people come in and out of my life all the time. Somebody may come in, leave, and come back. Throughout the live, people are coming in. So you may have to say, especially if you're asking for money and people say for what, you might have to say it 35 times. And if it was for my children, why am I getting mad? Thank you, Granny Annie. You know I love that one. I appreciate it. I feel like you giving me my flowers while I'm alive. And I appreciate it. Why are you mad? that people are asking questions, or that they're not accepting your first story. Because y'all know I'm a question asker. Ask Mister. I will figure out how to ask 35 questions because you came in and said, hello, how are you? Like, what? Why are you mad? Oh, thank you, calling BS. And so after now receiving a lot of what she calls hate, but I call it exposure, that's now her content. It's Jay Paul's content. It's Tim Nash's content. It's Tim and Angela's content. They don't even talk about themselves unless they're asking for money. Their entire content is now about being hated on because they need help. That's not why you're hated on. There are millions of people on this app. And every day I pass somebody who might need help. And of course, I stick around. I never talk about them because they genuinely needed help. But when I see somebody come on here day after day after day with a new excuse all the time, I have questions. And when you tell me that you don't have to pay for your hotel room for a month, but you still need money to buy the kids' clothes, I have questions. When I know the Red Cross would come in there and help you, I have questions. When you haven't asked for a single outfit, but only the kids' clothes got burned, I have questions. Nothing else in the room got burned but the kids' clothes? I have questions. Again, you still are a CO, but you haven't been to work in a week. My thing is this. If I had a problem with a car, I tried to link up with a coworker because I needed the money. I didn't want to lose my job. This gives me, there is no job. And again, if there are that many people, if her family is there, then why doesn't wifey work? If grandmother, mother of the two kids, and brother are there, why aren't they watching the kids so people could go to work? Or vice versa, why aren't all of them working? Why isn't the sister asking for money for her two children? Depending on where you are, there may not be good bus service. Where I am right here, it's not, there is a bus, but it is not a thorough one. Like, it's from 9 to 7, Monday to Friday. And it doesn't even go everywhere in the city. It's kind of like US 1, from one side of US 1 to the other type thing. Crystal, one day she'll say that, and then the next day she'll say, my sister has a reg problem, that's why I have the kids. Of course she is. She claimed to not be a beggar. And then that's when I saw that she had a kitten and that they had multiple kittens and that they would be ready in 2 weeks. And when she stopped getting a lot of traction, she moved over to the Stud and Wifey account. But then, as she's ending, she's like, if anybody would like to help, you could send $1, $5, $50. You could even send $100. Oh, I'm just kidding. If my children had to wear the same pants shirt because they lost everything, why are we joking? Why are we joking? If you're new here and you haven't seen it, on my page, there's a pinned video that describes the spectrum of scamming. Because a lot of them will like to say I'm not a scammer. I use the money for what people send it for. But there is a spectrum. And when you are laying in the bed all day in a hotel room, your children go to school, and yet you need other people to pay for the hotel room, at least go get a part-time job. Mothers do it all the time. Mind you, not even paying for school. It's not like you're putting them in private school or you're even paying for daycare for that matter. I was thinking about somebody else that I'm going to talk about today. You have the ability to do things and yet you don't. Because you figured out that even if you have to be on TikTok 2 or 3 times a day for an hour or two, that's easier than getting a job. Because you can wake up whenever you want and get on TikTok. You can stay up all night if you want and be on TikTok and get money. TikTok is a 24-hour job, availability wise. Who said that? Tankin Bear, I agree. Somebody who was in Pookie's live when she was begging sent me a message back. And I looked through the messages because this was weeks ago. And she was saying how she needs help too, but she would never get on TikTok and beg. But I went and looked back at the message that I sent her originally. And it was like, she has a job. She could ask for more hours. But yet she chooses to beg on TikTok for things that as a grown woman she should provide for herself. And it's every day. Good morning. Good morning. Oh, Faithful Security is live. She has a huge ask now. Okay, I saw somebody ask for Timothy Nash. If you are just coming in, you don't have to do it. I saw her once, Debbie, a couple of times actually, Debbie. But she didn't ask. But she let people know she would still need help. Yes, I've changed the photo. Please tap, tap, tap until you feel the heart's tail, then take a break. So if you weren't here at the beginning, somebody who I can't give credit to yet because I will not reveal their government name. I'm waiting for them to email me their TikTok name, who is a silent watcher. And he let me know that he actually took a chance on my email being Digital Deceiver Shadow, which it is. It's digitaldeceivershadow@gmail.com. Sent me an old video from an old Tim Nash account. And it's him lying about any number of things. And this is the thing. You've always been a liar, first of all. But the same performance that he put on then is the same performance he's putting on now. He wants to say, oh, I was using rugs then, and that's why I did all of that, as the excuse for why it was happening. But this is the problem. Literally nothing has changed. Nothing has changed about your acting. The other day, when he was live and acting like he was so sick and he couldn't breathe, I told y'all the night before he got it in, was he hacking and coughing and all of that while he was on top of her? Could he not breathe when she was on top of him? But the next day, he can barely. I know, Jane Doe. I have a problem with Kayla. I really do. There are some people that even I struggle to watch. I watched her once and talked about her, but I can't watch her on a regular basis. She moves around too much. And I can't stand her chat either. Like, Go ahead, Kite Girl. So, it is literally the same acting. Hold on. Mitch, that's a lie. Come on. That's who said that? Granny Annie, that's assuming that he had a job at all. Now, my thing is this. He said we got him fired because people started calling, right? Who went live in there? Nobody was supposed to know where you work. And this is why I tell you that they do these things on purpose, so that they can use it as an excuse to come to their followers, their believers, and say, TikTok got me fired. And that was going to be a $600 check. And that would have changed my life. He's always like, $500 would change my life. And that he claimed he was going to work hard so that, he could get it done sooner, and that they were going to give him an advance as soon as he finished, and then he would get the rest when it was over with. And rattle. You mean that? And so my thing is this. Yeah, he was in a building and he was touching something. I don't know what it was, but why are you online? Is that why you got fired? Why did you get fired? Because your work was piss poor? Because you don't actually know what you're doing? You have made up these things? Because one of the things that Tim is about is he believes his own lies. And when you believe your own lie, you can stand behind it 110%. But when I saw him, pretending that he was so sick and he couldn't breathe and he needed this and he needed that, I was like, that's how I sounded when I didn't want to go to school. Or that's how I sounded when I would call my boss and leave a voicemail saying I wasn't coming to work. Right, AP baby. Exactly, Christine. The other day, he was sitting there practically bawling. And soon as somebody sent him a couple of dollars, tears stopped immediately. Right, Rocky. Because we know where he's running to. We know where he's running to. Of course, Daisy May. And again, every time I see him, now we have a full on coat. Yeah, a street pharmacist is where he's going, Luna. He's going to the pharmacy. It's just a street pharmacy. Right. You want me to believe that somebody sent you a cash app and 5 hours later they canceled it? And then the other thing is that he has multiple payment apps, right? But he only will show one that had $1 in it. AB baby, I don't know. There's a 24-hour street pharmacist near him. Come on, Timothy. Or should I call you Timmy Nashy? Because I know how much you love being called Timmy. Right, berries. But he wants to convince us that he's rug free. Sir, you still are in a tent. A beautiful tent. The tent is the size of a shed because it got a full blown table, and now he has a propane tank. And so guess what? We have a new bag. I need money for, and then this was the other funny thing. Because his account got taken down, and he's mad because he still can't go live on his Scroticus, whatever it's called. He can't go live on the other account. So he does a video and he's like, I don't even care about my meds in the pharmacy. I need food and propane. Scrotus. Berries, I don't doubt that at all. Because he's been there for too long to not have been thrown out. Yeah, I thought it was Scrotitus or Scroticus, something like that. He was big mad in those videos because he knows videos are not going to get him money. And then he said, how did he say it? Oh, God. I'm not going to let y'all see me break down on here. Excuse me? We watch you break down every other day. Let me tell you something about the medication. The other day in my live, I showed where he needed a penicillin and said it was $40. And even without GoodRx, it wasn't that much. Beautiful, I don't actually think he's running from the law because he's on probation. There's no way to run from the law when you're on probation. Oh, yeah. One day he showed himself after supposedly working, and he was dirty head to toe. And the next morning when he came on, he looked like he had a shower and a shave. But he claims he doesn't even have wipes anymore. Excuse me? Like, are you asking me not to believe what I'm watching? This is why I say he's not running and that he's probably in line with his probation because he's easy to find. He's always in the same place. Same places, I should say. He's not hard to find. People in the regular street have found him. You think the police couldn't find him? I think that sometimes some of the money is to pay his probation. He claimed that he was about to have full blown pneumonia, that they found water on his lungs, and he needed it wasn't amoxicillin, it was augmentin, I think, and he needed 2 inhalers. And he claimed that the augmentin was 40 something dollars. So I literally looked up GoodRx in the town he is in, and it showed. Let me see if I can find it. I looked up augmentin in Cleveland, Tennessee, which is where he is, which is an amoxicillin potassium. I'm not even gonna bother to try to say that word. And I used the highest dose and 20 tablets. And nowhere in the city was it $40. Nowhere. Then I did it with 500 milligrams, 20 tablets. Nowhere in the city does it say he needed $40. Exactly, Cassidy. Can you see? I agree wholeheartedly. Blue Eyes, what lie did you catch him in? K Marie, a lot of people are saying that. Oh, the splitting of the meds, I said months ago. I know, K Marie. Sure, Blue Eyes, you are welcome to come up. I know a lot of people wanted to talk about him. Right. Of course he can say that cancer. But when anybody has looked up that cancer, how are you still walking around and working and all of those things, and you don't have social security? I mean, you don't have social security, you don't have Medicaid, and you don't have food stamps. Be for real.
Good
Okay.
morning, DD and chat.
Morning, Blue Eyes.
So he just made a video, and he said that he made IG in another platform, and he claims he's never had one before. But yet I went back and I found one that he had back when he was in Pittsburgh, and he was asking for wheelchairs and donations on that page.
Mm-hmm.
So he wants to continue with these lies and says he's taken accountability for what he's done, but he's continuing to lie.
Right.
He has had IG before. Matter of fact, this is the third one he's made.
Oh, so Pookie, he doesn't do cancer treatment. He's treating it by eating well, but he's eating at Burger King. And the other day, I took a Uber somewhere, and we just got to talking. And usually I end up talking about what I do on TikTok. And this gentleman was cancer free for 8 years. And when he heard about what Tim was doing, he was outraged. Outraged. He's like, who would use cancer, and two different cancers at that, to get money out? He was, and I was like, you gonna be okay driving me where I gotta go? Cause you're mad. Like, but I
Hey,
didn't know he was a
Digital,
cancer survivor.
let me
So
stop
we,
you there. It's more than two cancers. And I got a timeline on there. It started off with oral cancer, then it went to vascular leiomyosarcoma, and then lung, brain,
and
a
leg,
tumor
right?
on his back and on his leg. Now,
Mm-hmm.
unfortunately, what he did was picked a cancer that he thought was so rare that nobody knew about. Unfortunately, I know about it because I have it.
Oh, I'm
So
sorry.
it's okay. I'm good. I, for this type of cancer, you have to have the tumor removed, okay? And generally, with soft tissue sarcoma, regular chemo and regular radiation doesn't work. So, 25 years ago, I have GIST cancer, which is a type of sarcoma. Thank you, everybody. Which is a type of soft tissue sarcoma. And 25 years ago, they called it leiomyosarcoma, which is what he has. But they've differentiated through molecular testing that it's different. So we don't
Right.
have we don't do regular chemo with a port, nor do we do radiation, because when they did that back then, thank you everybody, you just DIED.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yes,
they
with that type
found
of
an oral
cancer,
chemo.
very, very rare that you
Yes,
survive that.
unfortunately, you got to go rarer than what I got because I'm gonna call you out.
Correct. And I'm sorry to hear that about you.
Thank
I
you. I'm
totally
good.
am.
You just have to be meaner than the cancer. And
Right.
I'm mean, but this is pissing me off and it has to stop because every person that's ever had cancer or had to deal with it needs justice. So he
Absolutely.
does talk about a Gleevec. Yes, I had to take that now for 5 years every day. Does it cure it? No, but it helps keep it at bay. So he must have looked up that. So Gleevec, yes, but there is no way that he would still be alive with no treatment, and he would qualify within 10 days of filling out a disability form because vascular leiomyosarcoma, GIST cancer, which is what I have, automatically qualifies you for disability.
Right.
Yes.
And he'd have food stamps and Medicaid, and with
And,
Social Security,
right,
he would also have Medicare.
yeah, and when they took partial my stomach out, it didn't grow back like his leg. Now he is missing 80% of his stomach because he must have had some just sarcoma on there too. Okay.
Wouldn't you be on a feeding tube though?
No, no,
Okay.
because the rest of your stomach can expand.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can, unless you have a full gastrectomy where they take the whole stomach out, you wouldn't be able to. But he's still got 20%, so he can eat.
Yes, and like Sherry said in the comments, where's all his surgical scars? I really like to see those because I have not seen any on him yet.
Yeah, because he's had open heart surgery where they removed some of the tumors, one they couldn't get, and he had a full lung. removal.
Yes.
That's
And I
a
also
perfect.
came across the video. This was a while back that he was complaining that it was hard for him to walk because he only has one leg and he's got a severe infection, so he's going to lose the other one.
Yeah, I just posted that
Hmm.
on my
A
page.
severe
Yeah.
infection, wouldn't you be in the hospital?
Of course. Hold on,
Well, he had
guys.
a tumor on his spine, so they had
Yeah.
to remove that, and then he couldn't walk. So, a few videos back, because I just did a whole crime series on, if y'all don't remember, Diane Downs, but just a few
Yes.
stories back, it will go from when he first put up the fundraiser, and I even had to leave out 3/4 of the crap because it would, but it'll take you through his first cancer, how many wheelchairs he needs when the car hit him, a car accident, and then all of his brain surgeries and stuff
Yeah.
Right.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Good morning, berries.
Good
to him. But
morning.
I'm blocked because I want to know how he survived it.
Hold on,
All I
Mabel.
wanted to say is if you want to know
It's
more about
crazy.
this disease, there is a woman on here, bless her soul, she's passed. Her name is Deborah Finch, Finch. You just type it in the search bar, she'll come up. She died within 5 years of being diagnosed with myelosarcoma or
Bless her heart.
leiomyosarcoma. I'm sorry if I said it wrong, but just go check out her account. And if that doesn't piss you off, I don't know what will, because this motherfucker, sorry, has been saying he's had stage 4 for 4 years.
Right.
He
Yes.
should be gone by now. But yeah,
Yeah.
Deborah Finch, it's a really good resource to get more information about this disease. And God rest her beautiful soul. She was a wonderful woman. And that's all I wanted to say. And I'm going to drop down.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you, berries. Go ahead, guys. I think one other person wants to come up. Keep going.
While she's coming up, yes, most of the stage 3 and 4 of sarcoma do not survive 5 year. I'm doing pretty good.
Good. Good. Yeah, my
And
grandmother
generally,
passed of cancer, and this really pisses me off.
I'm so angry. And throw it that you fought for our country for 7 years. That is unacceptable. Unacceptable. When we have, well, my son is somewhere in the world. I only get to see him once every 2 years, and
Oh,
this a double damn whammy. And I swear to God,
That's a
if
big
I
slap in the face.
oh, and that's what I would do too if I ever went
believe
there.
me. Believe me. There are a lot of us who find him to be absolutely disgusting. And, you know, usually laws have to catch up to what's actually happening. I feel like what he is doing and using it to get money should be against the law.
I
And
agree.
eventually, for some reason, it takes a long time when something is done on the internet for lawmakers to decide that it's something that they need to track. But he needs this needs to be a charge.
Absolutely. I
It
agree.
needs
This
to
needs
be
to
against the
stop.
law.
There's a way to report him to the Cancer Society. I don't know if it works or not, but we should all try.
I
I
will
agree
definitely do some research.
a whole lot. I agree. Somebody figure it out for us and let everybody know, and we go the same way we do a CA or a PP. We should do this to him too, because it's unfair. And it's, again, people like Miss May, who I call her in somebody else's live sending money, um her, oh, while he is here, I'm gonna say this, and this applies to Tim and Angela as well, so I might say it again. I believe we have now entered the world of scammers having agencies.
Yep.
And agencies will support you. They will help keep your account up. And but what happens is that the agency needs you to do certain things. So it is either selling products or battling. And when you see Tim and Angela back to battling, when you hear him talking about I want gifts now because I want to do this, that, and the third, and before long he's going to battle. It is because they are now part of an agency. And what the agency does is when you battle, they're going to send you big gifts. But the other thing the agency does is they will provide you with mods that will do whatever you want them to do because you're a part of their agency. And I really do, because I have gone to like some of their comments and it'll be like, we love your content. Can you reach out to us? Or we reached out to you. I get that 3,500 times a day. And I used to be really polite, like, no, thank you. I'd like to grow my agency naturally. I mean, my account naturally. I don't want anything to do with an agency. And I've had some say, why are you ignoring me? Like actually getting mad at me because I don't want nothing to do with them. Right. And so somebody asked me the other day, do I have an agency? And I said, absolutely not. I just block. I mean, block and delete those messages now. I'm not bothered going through it with you. I've said it 3,500 times.
Miss
But
May was supporting Tim and Angela yesterday.
exactly right. And so it occurred to me that a lot of them are switching. Tatted Faye, who I'm going to talk about later, even though she wasn't on the list, she is now in California, but she started battling when she came back on her brand new account. She never battled before. Not ever. And I think it is the scammer to agency pipeline that we're seeing, and they're doing it to protect their account. They're doing it so that they know that people are going to send gifts, which is going to encourage other people to send gifts. They're doing it because at the end of the day, they will still get money, but then they don't get to be, then they think they'll lose the label of being a scammer, beggar, and a liar. They are trying to turn into Sheena's, where they're getting $1,000, $2,000 a week by battling, and then they could say we're using the app as it was intended. I can almost guarantee that that's where they're going to all end up.
Yep.
And Tim is on it
I
because
see it coming.
all of a sudden he was like, it's gonna be a new me. I'm gonna start doing TikTok the way it was meant, getting gifts, and then I'm gonna save up that money. Remember, initially he said he was saving that money.
Yeah.
He was saving that money to get a camper van, right? A place to live. And then all of a sudden it turns into, I'd like to take Ella out because that's a more immediate thing. And I promise at some point he's going to go to battling or selling products because that is a requirement of the agency. But because I kept saying to myself, where did all of these brand new, because very, very particular. You had to send him money or in there supporting him long time before he let you be. I believe Miss May and her husband, maybe some of them, it happened too fast, too quickly, and he changed his platform, or he tried to. And I believe that there's an agency involved. Good morning, Carla the Survivor.
Good morning, Digital. So looking forward to you every week.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, I'm going to bring it up. Next month is going to be a very difficult month for me. I lost my father 22 years ago to cancer. On December 8th, it's emotional, sorry.
Yes,
On
it is.
December 8th, I lost my sister. It'll be 3 years to
I'm so
stage
sorry.
4 breast cancer, which she had for a whole year before they found out. And she only survived 2 months later. She passed away. It just strikes at me when I come on here and people use cancer as a way to gain money. It just infuriates me, because I've lost many people in my family due to cancer, and to see him come on here and say he has it, and wants this pity party. There's people out there that have it. There's people that have passed from it. This isn't a game that you play, and bring on the internet to say fake things, to gain money. And it's emotional because it seems like every day somebody's coming up and saying, oh, I have this kind of cancer, that kind, which they don't. They just want the money, and people feel sorry for them. you know I mean, it strikes me every time I hear somebody say fake cancer, because it's, I don't have it, but I've lost family members to it. And it's right around the holidays, and it's emotional to come
Oh,
on here and hear it.
yeah. Yeah, it
So
is.
I've learned so much and gained so much knowledge from you when I come on. I look for you as soon as 6:30 hits. Bam, I'm on my laptop waiting for you to come on, because
Thank you.
you have so much good information, and you're straightforward with everything you say, and just keep doing your job. You're doing wonderful, and I appreciate you every week to be
Oh,
here and
thank
give us
you.
the knowledge that you can share with us.
I appreciate you saying that.
But
I really
just
do.
Exactly.
please, I'm sorry, I'm getting emotional. Please put me in your prayers as I deal with this next month. It's going to be a very hard month for me. I lost 4 people in December.
Oh, I'm
I'm
so
so sorry. You're
sorry.
definitely in my prayers.
Yeah, and it's hard because I just want to, December to get here and be gone as quick as possible, because I just think about it every day. But I just try to stay strong. I pray to my Lord every day. Just guard, God, and protect me. Everybody out there, that needs protected, be with me as I'm going to face the month of December. Knowing I don't have no family to celebrate the holiday with, so I choose to work. I do nursing. I've been doing it 40 years. October 17th has been 40 years since I've been doing it, and I treat them like they're my family. I would rather work than sit at home and stare at four walls. I would rather be in there being around other people because they're my family,
Yes.
you know. But
Well, you
just,
have family here too.
yeah, but
We
just,
love and support you as well.
yeah, just keep me in your prayers next month. I'll probably be on a couple of times, to talk to you as you bring up certain, people, topics, to get me through that month as quick as possible.
I understand.
You're in
Yeah.
my
This is a
prayers.
safe place to come and talk. Always
Yes.
remember that.
Thank you,
Yes.
Granny Annie.
I mean, I got on,
Thank
I got
you.
on TikTok, but I mean, it's like you guys are my family, and in my work, the people that I take care of on a daily basis, they're my family. They hate when I'm off for one day. They'll be like, "No, don't take the day off," because they know I'm there. I take very good care of them. I put my all into, I feel we're all put on this earth for a mission, and my mission from God is to help others and be there for others. And I've been doing it for 40 years, and I wouldn't want to do anything else.
I appreciate you so much. You will definitely be in my prayers. As I said earlier, yesterday was the anniversary of my father's passing, so we are kindred spirits and
Yeah.
having lost our fathers at this time of the year. And then Nita, I am so sorry for you, everybody who's lost anybody, whether it's to cancer or not. We were
Yeah.
not placed on this earth to understand losing our loved ones, because animals do it. They may mourn, but they're able to move on. We
Yeah.
just survived through it. So
Yeah.
you will definitely be in my prayers.
And I notice a lot of the scammers are using that as a tool, and they're also using I'm just kind of a little shaky here
That's okay.
because but it's and using God. You don't
Oh
use the
yeah.
Lord. I hate that when somebody comes on here, God God wanted me to have this, God wanted me to do this. No, he's there for you in a positive way. But don't use him as a tool to gain funds,
Oh, I'm
or
gonna
to
talk
get
about
over
that
other
later.
people, because that's not how it works in this world. It's not going to get you to heaven, you know, by scamming, by using the Lord, and only turning to the Lord when it's benefiting you. You should be there for every day, not just, okay, well, I need a new car, so I'm going to pray to you today. But then after that, I'm not going to pray to you or turn to you until I need something else. That's not how it works.
These
Correct.
scammers are not your friends. They're
Exactly.
friends with what's in your wallet.
You know,
Remember
I,
that.
I've been scammed. I'm going to do this real quick and get down, but I've been trying to get my car fixed since July of last year. I've been scammed out of thousands and thousands of dollars, and walking to work 12 blocks, and walking home, which walking is good. I have no problem with that. But now it's getting colder. And I finally found somebody that was very honest with me and actually fixed my car. I'm due to get it inspected today, but I've been dealing with it for over a year. I mean, come on, everybody's struggling right now. Why would you want to scam people?
Because they don't have a heart, nor do they care.
Yeah, it's just a shame. But I appreciate you, Digital, and thank you, ladies, for the support and the prayers as I get
Well,
through
Luck,
next
welcome.
week.
Carla.
You're doing a wonderful job, Digital. Just keep it up.
Thank you. I
Spread that word,
appreciate you
honey.
saying that.
All right, I'm gonna go back into the chat. Have a good day.
Okay, you too.
All
And
right,
you keep
thank
doing
you.
what you're doing because
Yeah,
you are doing the Lord's work.
thank you. Can you get me out of the box, please?
Sure, sure.
Thanks.
Hey guys, if you aren't following having a senior moment, please do. Senior, do you want to comment so they can follow you? She's got excellent information on Timmy, and I begged her to come up and get a box because she's got some things that are causing her some great difficulties with him. So if
Oh yeah.
Senior's still in here, just make a post or come on up so these people can follow you and you can let them know what he's doing to you.
First of all, he's coming for her because she's able to clock his
There
teeth
she
like
is.
no other. And that's why, like, he calls her out specifically on a daily basis, in part because he lost the actual Miss May account because Senior Moment has dragged his ass from one side of the country to the other. And I love that
You
for
better
him.
stop it.
I am sorry for what has happened to her because it's never necessary. But that's what they do when somebody is as accurate and is making people realize just how bad he is. And so, having a senior moment, I support you wholeheartedly.
Yeah, I really haven't done anything wrong though. It was really shocking that he made like 3 videos the other night. Like the first one he did, he was in the tent and he said he was warm, but he needed more propane. I drove to the store and then I started getting all these messages. He made a post like to me directly and he was like, fuck you. And then he made another one and another one. I'm like, what did I do?
I think
Thank
you
you
hit
guys
a
for this.
nerve.
I must have, but all I'm doing is replaying old stuff and then also bringing up the true police report that he says never happened, or he'll say
Right.
like
He
he was
says
set
that
up.
it was somebody else's in their car. So they got it off of your person. How is it somebody else in somebody else's car and it was literally coming out of your pockets?
Right, right, right. So I'm not gonna stop digital. I'm gonna keep going.
Good.
I'm gonna keep going, and trying to be the best that I can to expose Tim Nash. And I don't embellish anything, and I don't lie about anything, and I get proof of things. So Tim is just, I think that his money had slowed down, and I think that his habit is really bad. Like, it's really high. The money he needs every day to not be sick is higher. And maybe he has to beg for L too. So I'm not sure, but he's mad at me.
Well, you know what? That's the best kind. You have started to reach the stars when they start hating you.
Right, and I
I
was
love it.
digital. I didn't think I would make an impact. So I was sending all these big creator stuff thinking, hey, if they do it, they'll have a bigger reach. But nobody ever wanted to, and nobody got back to me. So I just started doing it, and now,
Here we are.
yeah.
And that's when I ran into her and I said, wait a minute now. I think I like her. She's doing excellent work.
I'm trying my best. I know sometimes I crash out, but I've been better, digital. I'm not telling anybody to F off the long way.
Okay, good.
I've been really, really good.
Oh, I appreciate that. You know that I don't ever want to become the problem.
No,
right?
it wasn't.
Because
It wasn't
then-
you. You
No,
were
no, no,
part
no,
of
no.
the
I'm
FU
just
one.
saying that we don't ever want to become the problem, because then the focus goes from the scammer to us.
Right.
And so we want to stay out the way so that, granted, they're going to talk about us, but when they do, the only thing that happens is that then people come to see what we're doing, what we post, what we talk about, and they're getting it real. So please continue to hate me, continue to say my name from the rooftop, because the only thing you're doing is sending people my way. And they
Every time he says it, I'm like, oh my gosh. Like, it's
Girl,
just puzzling, and I'm like,
yes.
what did I do today? Like, I had to think back, like, hey, why is he so triggered? All I did was play his own videos. It was weird.
Well, I think he's getting very mad and angry because we're finding the truth, putting the truth out there, and it's slowing his money down.
Correct. Just like the video that I posted this morning before I came live. Like I said, the problem with showing that is that he is literally acting the same way he was then, when he tells people, well, I was addicted at the time and that's why I did that. But when you have video proof of him acting exactly the same way, just a different illness, then you got to ask yourself, well, if he was using back then, what's happening now?
Right. That's why I think his habit is out of control.
Yeah,
I aged. If you look back even to like May, his face is fuller. He doesn't look as bad as he does right now. And it's not progression of cancer, because that's what he'll probably say. It's progression of addiction.
Not. It's not. It's definitely not the cancer. Because again, he keeps saying he has a lawyer that's going to do Social Security for him. Sir, you didn't even need a lawyer. If you had just filled it out and put your doctor's notes, you would have it. There's no way he's been denied for all of these services if he really has them. So no, I don't believe it. Hold on, I have a couple more people that want to come up, so I'm gonna let
all these beggars and scammers have lawyers on speed dial.
Oh yeah,
they do. Timmy said I'm gonna be sued. I'm like, oh my gosh, he's on one. Yeah, but so anyway, I'm gonna hop off. But thank you for having me up. And if anybody has questions or needs proof of anything, you can send me a DM, or I do have it posted. So.
Oh, of course they do. They all have lawyers. Go ahead and do it, because the thing that they don't realize is when you sue somebody and I get a lawyer, my lawyer is going to get discovery and you're going to have to answer questions.
Right.
So please sue me, Timmy, and then my lawyer can get your doctor's notes to prove to everybody you don't have cancer. So please, let's go.
Right.
Timmy, if you're watching, my name is Blue Eyes. If you want to give me I don't know, an RO or send me a letter from your attorney. My name is Blue Eyes.
Me too.
He
Me,
told me he's
please.
going to find me and he is going to make sure I'm held accountable for everything I've done. And then he made a video saying it's all my fault.
Of
Me.
course.
Like, what did I do?
They all need an enemy. The only thing that ends up happening though is yes, there'll be a few people who are like, yes, she's the worst. And everybody else is going to come find you because they're going to want to know why he is calling out you specifically when there are so many of us talking about him.
Right.
There's even
Okay.
other people streaming him, but there's something about you, Senior. So you keep doing it.
I know. I'm like, what am I doing? I don't get
The good
it.
work. You're on the right side of the wrong street. That's what you're doing.
Well, thank you guys for having me up, everyone. And I'll see you later if Tim comes
Thank you,
on.
Senior, for all your work.
Okay. Yes.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. You know you're
Okay, I
always
will
welcome
jump down
here.
as well so you can continue, Digital.
Okay, honey.
Thank you
Thank
for
you
the
so
gifts.
much.
Thank you, everybody in the chat, and keep on them. Keep on
That's
'em.
right. I stop when they stop. Period. Period. And that has to be our countenance, because they're gonna come for us. They're gonna talk junk. They're gonna tease us about the way we look, the way we speak, our age, anything. But guess what? Nothing that you say about me changes any of the facts about you. So keep on. Keep on. But like I said earlier, if you haven't seen it, don't do it now, but at some point, and I sent it out to a lot of people because I want a lot of people to post that video, because I want people to see that he has not changed at all. So if that's when you were addicted, what is it now? What is it now? So yeah. Okay, Timmy. Okay, Timmy. Whatever it is you want to do. Yes, Chastity. And again, to the gentleman who sent it to me in my email this morning, I am just waiting for your TikTok name so I can give you all the credits. It wasn't me. Somebody else did a deep dive. Okay, hold on. First of all, I gotta say something. So remember I mentioned to you guys the Brene and Akira story where Brene was married, Akira was married. They did a lot of social media together. Now it came out that Tim apparently was her social media manager. And so that's the excuse they used to spend a lot of time together. Well, they each divorced their spouses after having an affair. And in the state of North Carolina, as there are other states, it's something called alienation of affection. Not all states have it, but North Carolina happens to be one. I think Georgia is another. Anyway, so the thing that Brene did that I think was so wrong is she then immediately came to TikTok with this relationship and flaunted it in her ex-husband and in his ex-wife's face. She even would post her children online. And how she found out was because Brene sent her a video. Or no, she sent her husband a video and Akira happened to see it in his laptop. And so Akira decided that you're going to keep flaunting this in my face. Well, now I'm going to hold you accountable. And she sued her. And on Monday, Akira won. And she was awarded $1.7 million. An M at the end of that. Not 1,000, not 100. $1.7 million. The story got so big that international news, there was actually news out there on Monday. $1.7 million. And the other thing that it did, and I know some of you guys aren't on Black Talk, but of course I am, it created a community of Black women who were standing up for the right thing. Why so high, Mitch? Because for one, she makes a lot of money on TikTok and YouTube and other platforms. And when, like I just said, and that's what made me think of it, when Akira's attorney decided to not only depose, but get all of her financials, they were able to see how much money she's made. And Akira has been left holding the bag with 2 children. And Tim, it was behind $16,000 in his child support. And because they thought they were so smart, they got married. And this is the other funny thing. It's not over because Brene's ex-husband, Devon, is suing Tim. She did. She miscarried a baby after finding out. And then this is how you know people are arrogant. Even though Brene makes money, she just bought a house and a brand new car. And the car she bought was Akira's dream car. Do you see the level of disrespect? She even in court changed her hair color to match Akira's in court. And when Akira got her toenail design done, Tim had Brene get the exact same one. And they did it all on TikTok and everywhere else. And so she got held accountable. Now you can be big mad, but now you are Mrs. Montague as you want it to be, and now you're paying for it. Maritza, I didn't see any evidence of that. I don't see how you get past. Every time you go into a courtroom, you have to go through a magnetometer? Because they're not worried about you doing anything to anybody else. They're concerned about you doing something to the judge or the court staff. So no. Right, Miss Coffee. Pride cometh before the fall, baby. So that was a good one. Yeah, metal detector. So, yeah. Go ahead. Oh, this is what I was going to say. She is so prideful that she bought a house, she bought a brand new car, but didn't get an attorney. She actually thought she was going to be able to do this on her own. Girl, you ain't even that bright on TikTok. What made you think that you could do it in court? Well, now you 1.2. A lawyer probably would have said settle. Yeah, Miss Coffee, she sure was. And talking about God and all of that. Right. She wasn't dressed appropriately. She literally thought there would be no consequences. And literally, that's how she operates through life. I could do whatever I want. There will be no consequences. I'm sorry I don't have her picture up here, but why would I give her any more play? Anyway, just wanted to give you guys an update. And now we have another court case. Oh, I'm so sorry. I don't know who Kitten is, but I'm so sorry that she passed. That's why I say at the end of every live, hug your loved ones, because you never know. Now, wait, let me do, am I going to be able to do it quickly? We already at 9 o'clock. I'm just going to bring them up for a second. So they were live the other day in the car. And while they weren't begging for money, let me say that very clearly. They were not begging for money. And while I was watching, which wasn't long, they didn't say anything about money. But you know the little blurb you get when you come into the live? It said their payment app, and if you'd like to bless them as content creators, they will accept it. Oh, I do know who Miss Prophet is. Oh, I'm so sorry. She was live yesterday, I think, too. And I didn't go in because I was getting ready. No, they're still around, and they still have the dream of being content creators. Yeah, that's old and worn out. Like nobody cares about that anymore. But they want to be blessed as content creators. Yeah, they don't. But I will say it again, they did not actually ask for money while I watched. But I just thought that it was interesting that they want to be blessed as content creators. Right, Pat? Like, okay. But if you were true content creators, you wouldn't have to ask for it, right? In a world like this, hold on. Let me see. Let me make sure. I promise I'm going to get to them. Oh, this is another one. So she moved to South Carolina because she didn't have any family, right? Even though when she broke up with that man, she was with her daughter. And while she was with her daughter, she got her Social Security. And in that time, she got the money. She claims that her daughter spent all of her back pay and her checks. So that's why she left. So I said, oh, she was your payee? And she said, absolutely not. She's not my, she wasn't my payee. So then how she spend all your money, stupid? Oh, she's on here today. How she spend all your money? No, she was living with her daughter when she got approved. Well, she might have been with him when she got approved, but when she got the money, she was with her daughter. And she claims that her daughter spent all her money. Yeah, she claims they moved to South Carolina because it was a roach infestation. But why did you move so many states? She was like, oh, this is like my second home. This is our 16th time there. I'm waiting for the beg to start. So she's changed her name just a little bit. So I wanted you guys to have it. There it is. Yes, they're in a hotel. And it's so cold. No, same man. She went right back to him. Of course it had to be a foreigner. Of course it had to be a foreigner. She would never have roaches. Of course not. But oh, this was the other thing she did a lot. She kept saying, I really need food stamps turned on. I really need food stamps turned on. Right. It would be like coming to Florida because the first time I saw one, I thought it was a roach. Oh, Grammy Graham, I got her. Don't worry, I got her. I saw one and I had an absolute fit. And Mr. had to tell me it was a palmetto bug. I was like, I literally put it in a jar, took a picture of it next to a quarter, and was like, what is this? They are huge. But okay, It'll be a foreigner's problem then too, of course. She'll probably say a foreigner brought it here and so it's their fault. You know how they do. But you want them food stamps turned on. Okay. And then as soon as people started asking questions about what do you mean your daughter spent the money? How did she spend the money? What happened? Suddenly her phone started acting up and she ended. And she ended. So I expect her to be back. I think what happened was she got the money, she got back with the man. They ran through it, of course, because even though it feels like a lot, it's not at the end of the day because you haven't been working all this time. So you immediately start spending money. And now that it's gone, you've left where you are to go to a cheaper location. And you'll be back to begging. Let's do this one real quick. So, I'm sorry. There is a way to share your life and be transparent without showing everything. So, this man that she wants to leave so badly that she needs your money to move her and her kids back to California, she actually has a GoFundMe that says something like, I need to leave. I could lose my life with this baby and I really need my kids to like have family. Something like that. She told the whole world that the baby probably isn't his. But now that he is sick and suffering from his diabetes because his numbers are so high, which why are they that high? She's all over. She's at the hospital. She's taking care of him. This, that, and the third. And one day she's pregnant and it's 8 weeks or 10 weeks. And then the next week is 12 weeks. Then she doesn't think she's pregnant. She just wants money. And she will say and do whatever to get it. But I have, from the very beginning, I said, why would you get pregnant again after what happened the last time? So what you have said is that you getting it in and not taking precaution is more important than the 5 children you already have. We have a problem. Beth, please go somewhere because if that's really you, you do not want me to turn my attention back to you. So run along because if you keep it up, I will. And you will be very unhappy about that. I haven't bothered you in a long time, but you're still pulling the same nonsense. I know. Go find some grass to play in. Take your dogs out and let them. Who cares if you're scared? You act like you scare other people and you don't. You act like coming into my chat and telling me to mind my business is actually going to have an effect. The only thing it's going to do is make me turn to you and say, well, let's look into Beth Osborne a little bit more. So go run outside. Go get your dad. Go back for whatever. But get out of here because you don't want that. Anyway, I'm sorry, Kim, my love.
It's okay. Good morning, digital. This is what I came up here to say. Did you happen to catch last night's live?
What, the one with the roaches or after the roaches?
It was after. Okay,
no, go ahead.
So what happened was Tony came. They were all lovey-dovey, hugged up on the bed. The air mattress, okay. But he got behind her. He was like, I think that's my baby in your belly.
What?
And then, yeah, I promise you, this is what happened last night, y'all. This is no lie. It was bad. He said he was gonna adopt Kiki's kids.
Oh God.
And make them Millers. Yep. That's exactly what he did. He was just, it was a lot last night. He said it was just him and her now. I guess his family, like he just took his family out. You know, he don't want his family in his life, I guess. And now it's just him and Kiki, and they're going to live happily ever after with this baby in her belly that is supposedly his now.
Sir, y'all are still on a blow up mattress. How are you adopting anybody to do anything?
They're supposed to be getting a 4-bedroom house.
Okay, you're right. And then my other question is, if you were going to do all of this, like I said to Tim when he said him and Ella were getting married in the United States costs money. You have to pay to get a marriage license, but y'all are still on a blow up mattress. Y'all already live together like you're married. So what is married going to do? How about you show her and her kids the life that you're promising now? Where her kids is there. What you mean?
He did a whole ensemble of crying.
What?
Yes, I promise you, he was crying, talking about this. Who are you? Or you know, he was acting just. It was a lot, y'all. It was a lot last night.
Has he now learned how to beg on TikTok? Because that's all it sounds like.
That's what it's giving.
Right. That's exactly what it sounds like. And she probably got a good amount of money while he was in the hospital, because you know she loves a hospital life. But wait, let me catch people up on what they might have missed. What I was talking about when I said there's transparency and there's too much, she was making soup in a pressure cooker, right? And she goes, I don't know if she was already live or goes live, but she shows everybody that her entire pressure cooker, which was closed, you know, locked up, was covered in roaches. Covered in roaches. Little ones, medium-sized ones. You saw a bigger one on the wall. And she's like, guys, look at this. Look at this. Look at the roaches. And she's showing every single one all around the crock pot. And she's like, I'm not eating this. I don't want roach soup. And then she tried to say something like, oh, the video was going around, y'all. And then she tried to say something like, and the lady hasn't come back since I said something. Let me just tell y'all something. When you have when you have a roach and it's just started, they will run when you turn the light on, right?
Yep.
They will run and hide. These roaches was like, this is our house. They didn't move. They didn't run from her. They continued to crawl on that crock pot. They were on the wall. They own that house. This wasn't right. Baby roaches, they are reproducing. And let me just tell you, what is so nasty about roaches and mice is that they can reproduce faster than any other animal on the planet. Right. They are used to being there around the children. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, she's also not going to pay rent this month. Her and Tony is not paying rent this month.
And unfortunately for them, one of the things I do, which I don't understand why I do this, but I like to watch eviction court cases on YouTube. And the one thing I know about the state of Georgia is that even if you are going to not pay rent, you have to put that in an account that shows that you are working in good faith, that either you are going to pay for the extermination yourself, and then however much that costs, you're allowed to take that out of the rent if you have written and called and proof that you've reached out to your landlord, given them a reasonable amount of time to do something about it, and they didn't. But you can't just hold rent and think I'm not going to pay it. There are some states that might have those laws, but I know for a fact the state of Georgia does not. Because people try to pull that all the time in the state of Georgia, and the only thing that ends up happening is they end up evicted and they end up owing that money. Now, if her plan is to go to California, we all know she don't care about leaving a lawsuit. Please get that, somebody. She
And then
doesn't care about getting a
her,
lawsuit. I'm sorry, go ahead.
oh, the other thing, sorry, I didn't mean to break your I just wanted to tell you the other thing she said, "Oh, my mama's with the mayor." Talking about how her mom's with like some man that's the
Uh,
mayor of Cali or something. It was a lot. Last night was a lot, y'all.
this is the funny thing, though. What does that have to do with the state of Georgia? He don't have no
Exactly.
pull in the state of Georgia.
Didn't she talk about how the cat sleeps in the kid's playpen and
Disgusting. This is the other problem, though. Um, again, she puts everything on TikTok. So now these same children who you've been trying to say CPS isn't looking at are now clearly living in a roach infested apartment. This is the other thing they say in Georgia, because a lot of people will be like, I'm not paying the rent because it's a roach infestation or whatever, there's mold, whatever it is. And the first thing the judge says is, are you still living there? And if they are, they're like, well, was it that bad? Because you continue to live there with your children and you're pregnant and you have little babies. Little babies. Oh, you didn't have to drop down. Of course she said she has mold. That's her favorite line, is that she has mold. You didn't have to drop down, honey. You could have kept talking. Again, there is transparency, shout out to Gabby, and then there is you're doing too much. And she was like, oh, I'm gonna throw out the whole thing and blada blada blada. And it was like, girl.
Good morning,
Good
Miss
morning.
Digital. How you doing?
I'm good, how are you?
I'm doing good, love. I can tell you right now, and I know a lot of y'all know me as Miss B. How y'all doing? I used to live in the state of Georgia,
Mm-hmm.
and everything that you are saying is true. A judge will sit there and look at you and ask those questions.
Absolutely.
They will sit there and ask you those questions. You go on Judge Judy, she'll do the same thing. Why are you living there?
Right.
Why are you living there? But yes, ma'am, you are 100% correct that the state of Georgia will hunker down on you and call you out if you go to court over all this.
Correct. And then you get evicted, and now you have what? The 35th eviction on your record? That's why I know she doesn't care, because she doesn't care
Correct.
anything about being evicted. She does it all the
Correct.
time. She got evicted from a hotel.
Correct. And also, if she takes it to the courts, the way things, I'm not in Georgia anymore. I used to live there,
Mm-hmm.
but I lived there for a long time. But the thing is, the way they crack down on things with children in that state, she takes anything to court, they're going to look at those kids and they're going to call CPS on her.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
she's going to get them kids taken away because Georgia cracks down on negligence for children.
Well, unfortunately, Miss B, there have just come out reports that there are more cases than their CPS workers can handle. And I truly believe, and I said this like a year ago, that one of the reasons why she still has her kids is because they don't have anywhere to send 5 children to. And that as long as she works with them, accepts them, lets them come in and talk to her and all of that, they're going to try to keep that family together. But there's always a but and a however. The more she shows that their life is destructive, the more reason she gives. And now you're not in a hotel. You're supposed to be in an apartment. And when you moved in, you didn't say anything about roaches. The roaches have now come. And usually they come when there is dirt, food left out, whatever around, because they'll eat anything. They'll eat cat food, dog food. They'll eat their poop if they need to. So they will come. And again, those roaches weren't like you turn the light on and they scatter. They live there. Good morning. They live there. And you thought it was a good idea to put that on a public platform, the same way that you show your kids never being in school, especially the oldest one. She gets to do what she wants to do. She can stay up as late as she wants, be online as long as she wants. Mind you, she's not technically old enough to even have an account to go live on. And then in the morning, guess who's there? Her oldest daughter. And so while they might have, well, hold on, Peyton, I understand that when you live in any sort of a complex where there are walls attached, you don't have to bring them. But they are there when you move in. That's what I'm saying. So she's trying to say it's an infestation from somewhere else, that she didn't bring them with her. She never said anything about roaches until now, but them roaches are used to being there.
Well, one question that I have is it possible, now I'm just, theoretically here speaking.
Yeah, of course.
Is it possible to carry roach eggs from another living facility to that facility?
Yes, 100%.
So there's a good possibility that she had roaches at her old place and the eggs got on whatever they had and brought it over. Okay, everybody's saying yes in the chat. So that's...
But it doesn't even have to be eggs. She could have brought the roaches with her. I told the story a long time ago where my father, being a minister, would go to people's houses and minister. And when he would come back from certain places, my mother made him take off everything and leave his briefcase outside.
Yes, ma'am.
Because they can crawl into anything, and the next thing you know, you have them. So she could have, they could have already been in that pressure cooker when she brought it over. They could have been in the clothes and food that she brought over. Because when you have an infestation, they're everywhere. I watched videos where people will take their Xbox in and say something like, it's not working right. And the people take it outside and take the back off, and it's covered in roaches. I've seen where people have a roach infestation in their car. So, right, like they said, TVs. They get in the back of TVs because it gets warm there. So if you take a TV from one apartment to the next, you've taken them with you. It wasn't a neighbor.
So it's a good possibility that this person here has always lived in a filthy environment.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely. And let's remember that she went from the baby being in the hospital and she blamed her illness on the mold in that motel room. She got someplace else, but now she's moved into this place.
Okay, well, I know there's people out there that do have mold issues. I did
Mm-hmm.
for a while, and I got rid of it. I hired some people in and got rid of it.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is if you don't go in there and start doing, cleaning up and everything, it will make you ill. But what I don't understand is this day and age, everything is blamed on mold.
Mm-hmm. Because people know that a real mold problem can absolutely get you sick. A real mold problem, if you're taken to court and you're able to show that there's a real mold problem and they didn't do anything about it, will definitely get a judge to say to the landlord, why didn't you do anything about it? But what they have
Correct.
also said is, if it was that bad and you were concerned about your children, why are you still there? And she did that. She pulled that when she was at the hotel. She actually told her supporters to call the news stations on the hotel because that's why her baby was sick. And then when she found out that the hotel was putting her out, she came to her chat and was like, I need another hotel room. The hotel is putting us out. It was always for a money grab. But this is the thing. When the church had paid for that hotel room and she didn't have to pay for it, you never heard a thing about mold. You didn't hear a single thing until it was time for her to pay for it herself. And the baby got sick. And suddenly she was like, it's mold, it's roaches in the refrigerator. Girl, why didn't we hear about that while you was there? And now you're going to have the nerve to show us that your kitchen, because she ain't shown nowhere else, so I can't say it's everywhere. But because I know what roaches do, they're everywhere. If they're in your kitchen like that.
Mm-mm-mm.
So, yeah, it's again, you can take them with you. You can have a neighbor that has them. But if you do, A, you got to take preventative measures, and B, you have to keep your place clean. And so I saw somebody make a comment, and it's true. She wants her kids to clean, and I don't have no problem with that. They got to learn sometime, and the best place to learn is at home. But when you have children cleaning, you also recognize that they don't do it as thorough as an adult would. So you need to go behind them and make sure that everything is wiped up, that the garbage is taken out, that if there's any food left out, that it gets dealt with immediately. And I promise, as much as she's on TikTok, that's not happening. You have to get up and clean up behind children. You have to make sure that something didn't end up on the floor under the cabinet. You have to make sure that the refrigerator is closed and sealed. You have to go into your children's room and make sure that they don't have plates or cups or forks or paper wrappers under the bed. So if you're going to have them, and I do not believe that was the first time she saw them, you have to do something different, my dear. And when you don't, and then you show us, because again, if you've given your landlord time to get it fixed and they haven't, which it sounds like, according to her, she said something a week ago, then take the rent money you're not paying and call in an exterminator and say, I have a problem. And then she can take the bill with the balance of the rent and say, here you go. Somebody get that check my out of here. Guys, I need y'all to be paying very close attention because I don't even want it to end up. We, as myself and the mods, get about 2 seconds or 3 seconds to see it and get it out of here. I don't even want people to be able to see it. Thank you. Bella just made a video saying she'll talk to you at 10. Bella, I'ma still be live, baby. I'ma still be live. But I love how, what, you want me to come over there? You was here. You could have gotten a box and said whatever you wanted to say. Don't let me come over there. Because if I come over there and get in your box, I'm going to embarrass you to your people. Think about that first, ma'am. Think about that. It hasn't worked out for other people. Because I'm going to pull your card. I don't give two craps about the people in there talking junk to me. I don't care about that. I'm not afraid. But if you put me in your box, be very careful. Because I'm going to tell your people everything that I have seen and heard, and then I'm going to ask them, does it make sense? I have no problem getting in a box. If I'm willing to talk about you, I'll talk to you. So, thank you. I'm not going to be there because I'm going to still finish my live. But I'll come over there. I ain't a problem. What is my new hashtag? Scammers beware. I don't know why they think somebody is afraid. If I'm going to talk about you, I could talk to you. Period. Oh, you made a video. And again, this is the funny part about that. Now you've made a video. You've put my name out there. And guess what's going to happen? Guess what's going to happen, Bella? You now have told your people to come see me. And this is the cool thing about that. They're going to come and they're going to see me talk about 6, 7, 9, 12 people in the morning. And they're going to be able to see the pattern. So that's such a dumb idea. But let's go. Okay. I told y'all this was going to be a long live. Okay. I think she's the last one. So, Tatted Faye, who is what we know her by, came back on a new account called Kit. Oh, thank you, Barb. And wait a minute. What's happening with Peyton? What's 6, 7? Oh. Yes, please tap. The photo has changed. So now she's Kit on here, but she will always be Tatted Faye to me. Left her parents' house after getting herself together, being able to see her children on a regular basis, getting a job, I'm sure being on her medication, has suddenly gone back to being Tatted Faye. And when I saw her come back, she was together. I was going to use a different word, but that's not the right word. She had her head on straight. And then passed by her and slowly but surely the decline started. And it was, again, everybody else's fault. had to quit her job because she was being sexually harassed, and the boss didn't do anything, so that when the boss said something to her about something she did wrong, she lost it and they parted ways. But she never tried to get another job. So, of course, and we're back at TikTok, right? Never tried to get another job. And then suddenly she was into it with her parents. So she had to get out of there. And then the next thing you know, she's in a hotel room. Of course, paid by somebody else. And I told y'all she was on a live like it was either super late or super early, and he's trying to convince her to come to New York, that if she comes to New York she'll be able to do this, that, and the third. Then the other day she pops up and she's in a very warm climate, and I was like, did she come south? No, she went all the way to California from Georgia. She does have kids, but they're with their father. Yes, little Dora, not the same guy that I'm talking about. She flew all the way from Georgia to California, right? And she would like you to believe that she didn't have a plan. But what is always true with Faye is that she goes somewhere because there's a man waiting for her. Always. And in this case, I don't know why she was live in a police car. She probably called the cops saying that a man touched her. Like, who knows? But I'll find out. Right. The same thing happened in Texas. She met a man, she claims, that promised her the world, and she got there and he expected things of her that she wasn't prepared to give. My question is, oh, she got jumped? I don't know. I honestly don't know. Really? I bet she is. Because all she wants, check my nudes, please. All she wants is to be live so that people send in. That's the only reason why. Thank you, Sherry. Oh, you're talking about Faith, the Faith in the wheelchair? I caught a live of her that was so weird. Anyway, right, little Dora, she actually had to stop walking while she was live in LA or in California. I don't know if it's LA or not. And do a tick. And I laughed out loud so hard that the cats ran. Because I was like, what? Oh, yes, Japonica, I'm going to talk about her. You had to stop walking the tick? Right, Lady J. But so she flies out to California, right? And of course, there's a man that's supposed to be at the airport to pick her up. But something about their conversations on her way to California made her uncomfortable. So what did she do? She landed probably at LAX, but I'm not sure of that. And started crying. Thank you, Princess. And suddenly, there's a man who works at the airport who she suddenly feels comfortable with and goes with him. And he takes her out to breakfast and he gets her lunch. And according to her, mind you, they had to do this on the bus. Hear me now. They had to do it on the bus. But then when they got to his house, they slept in the car. outside all night. And he didn't touch her. No, they got the bus to his house and then slept in the car. Seriously? You want me to believe that? And now, with nothing to show for it and no ability, you're just walking around LA living on a prayer? She may pretend like she don't have it all together, but she has it together enough that she wouldn't have went out there without a plan. But she plays y'all so that y'all give her money every day. Okay, guys, I'm sorry. I have to it's getting hot. Hold on. Oh wait. Okay, thank you. White Sox, you can't lay on the notebook. There's a whole other notebook there for you to lay on. Okay. Yeah, she was on earlier. I don't believe it. But Faye, Tatted Faye, whatever name you want to go by, Kit, whatever, we'll be watching. I just want y'all to know he was just asleep on me. He been asleep on me. This is the new account. Same person, Tatted Faye. Okay, let's get back to the grid. We might as well talk about Faith for Security because I didn't. No. I told y'all if they came back, they were going to end up back on the grid. And sure enough, here we go. And when they went live yesterday and started battling, agency for sure. Agency for sure. They always come back. For fact, Sherry, they always come back. But now, instead of begging for money, they want to battle. And I 100% believe that they want to battle because they want to shake off the label of being a scammer, beggar, liar, manipulator. But this is the funny thing, and I've said this multiple times. I don't know what's worse, that you're begging for money directly to your payment app, or you're battling and making people give you money that you have to split with TikTok. I don't know which one is worse, but what I do know is both of them are begging. I don't begrudge anybody who does it. It's sanctioned by TikTok. And if TikTok is okay with it, I guess I am too. But they are both begging. One is sanctioned and one isn't. But now what you want people to do is give you big gifts that you then split with TikTok. I don't know. Because this is the thing. If I'm going to send you a $25 gift, because that's all I have, right? It's $25. Now, and in their case, you're getting 12 50. Wait, is that 20? Yeah, and TikTok is getting 12.50, if not more. Right, Mitch. They don't care because it's sanctioned by TikTok. The other thing they will always say is, well, other people are getting big money. They're like, their lives are getting changed. You're right. I still don't think that's right. Um, who said that? Ruthless Angel. That is why so many people are trying to get to A1. Because at A1, you get a bigger percentage. When you're a D or a C or a B, you get less a percentage. That's why the fragments are so important and rising in the ranks is so important. Listen, and again, TikTok is about making money. When I get off the live and I go look at the analytics, one of the very first things I'm going to see is if you rise in the ranks, you could have earned such and such and such more. No, of course not. Thank you, Marion. So I see it. Listen, we got people in the tent with me making $1,100 in a day for streaming scammers, making $300-$400, making more than the scammers they're viewing, that they're showing people. Every time they get a gift, the person in the tent is getting a gift. So it's big money floating around on this app. And I love how I'm getting called out for accepting gifts and having subs. But people who are making 1,000 times more than I'll get, it goes quiet. Be for real. Actually came in here to try to call me out. Be for real. I was like, that's hilarious. Anyway, so this is going to be their new thing. Mind you, this was also the plan. Right. If people want to give to a battle, again, I'm not knocking it. I gave last night to Granny Nana, one of them, just because I happened to see her live. And I was like, you know what? She's in my live all the time. I'm going to show her some love. I would have showed that love whether she was battling or not. But because she was battling, I sent it to her. But when I see a scammer go from scamming to battling, they are just trying to get rid of the tag. Because Beth Osborne did that too. She was like, I'm not begging anymore. I'm just battling. How are you calling me a scammer? Because you are still expecting money from people either way. And you'll say things like, I need to put oil in my house. I need to buy a car. The dogs need food. The kids need this. Well, we need to go here. And we need gas to go to the doctor. And we're going to use the money to get a place to live. Or we're going to use the money to move. Or we're going to use the money so that I can take my girlfriend out for a romantic evening. What they're using the money for is no different. And just like Carrie Walls, they let their people know what they need the money for. So how is that not begging? If you're battling for the sake of battling, then battle for the sake of battling. But when you have to battle and let the chat know that, oh, we're going to need X, Y, and Z for X, Y, and Z, you're telling them that I need you to send me that money. And guess what? If you don't want to send it to me through the battle, well, you already know my payment apps. If you would like to send it to me directly, But let's not forget that when he talked about battling, he said that him and his wife were going to battle each other. How diabolical is that? So now, no matter who sends to who, all the money stays in the house. But that would require Angela to do something other than lay in bed. So that hasn't happened yet. Oh, it's something wrong with my phone, guys. Oh, thank you, thank you. At least I use it to get Canva and what's the other one? All of the apps I need to get ready to come live for 9 hours a week. There's a purpose. But guess what? If I didn't get a dime, I would still pay for all of that. And I would still be live 9 hours a week. That's the difference. And nobody is obligated to send me a single thing. Nobody is obligated to sub to me. You aren't going to miss a single thing. I'm going to do it all for free. Michelle, the best, I wasn't, look, I go into any text thing and fiddle around with it for a while. And the more I fiddle with it, the more expertise I gain. If there is something specific, I either YouTube it, ask ChatGPT to tell me, or I Google it. And things that I didn't think were, like, I think one of the last things I wanted to do was figure out how to do a watermark. And in my mind, it had to be listed as watermark. And whenever I went through the watermark, the way they told me to do it, it never worked out. When I used Google or YouTube, and then Mama Bear, I think, was the one who put it on her page. I'm not sure. And then I went back and found out it's just, all you got to do is use the transparency thing. I was like, oh, well, we're good. Now I know how. All I can tell people is don't be afraid. Just go into it and mess around with it. You don't have to actually know everything that you're doing. Yes, she is. Yes, she is. But she wasn't going to ask for gifts anymore, remember? How quickly did that change? So, Angela wants to continue to just lay in bed and say, thank y'all. And we appreciate it. Yes, that's White Sox. If you're hearing a tapping, oh yeah, he's purring right now because he's back in my lap. But the tapping is because there's something wrong with my phone. I always say somebody is listening. Hello, whoever's listening. Cindy, I don't know when they're not saying. Yeah, that's him. He actually snores sometimes when he's asleep. It's the craziest thing. Okay, let's go to the list. Okay. I did her. I did her. I did her. I did them. Her. Okay. Let's start talking about the holy rollers for a second. Wait, where is she? Okay. So, I have a double-sided feeling about Faith for Security at this particular moment. For everybody that needs to watch Gabby the whole time, she just went live. on the Aaron Gabby account. On the new account she's, going viral for. Anyway, so first of all, you can say what you want, right? It doesn't mean that there won't be consequences. I'm not saying that consequences are right, legal, or should be expected. But some people you don't play with, right? But what happened to her, I actually find disgusting. So let me be clear. I don't know whether it happened at the hotel or happened at the daycare or the school. I don't know, because the way the story gets told and chopped up by other people, I'm unclear. The way she told the story made it sound like they came in the back door of the school. But the piece of the video that I saw looked more like the hotel. It was the hotel lobby. Okay, I wasn't sure. But for somebody to come in with the intent to beat her up knowing her son would be there, and 2, to have somebody to record it, is diabolical. And you did it having to know that the cops would be called and you'd get arrested. And when you have people who know that and don't care, they feel like, you know what, so what? I'll get arrested. I'll get out with a promise to appear or a small bond. I'll show up at court, and I don't care that I have to go through that. And that's what I mean by there are certain people you can't mess with because they don't care about the consequences. People want to say that this is just an app, but then they do things on the app that people are prepared to take off of the app. The screen name is right in the middle. It cracks me up when people are like, what's the screen name? It's always right in the middle. Oh, wait, let me get to the page. Okay, wait, that's one. She talks a very big game. Oh, Asia screening? Which Asia? Asia? She talks a lot of junk. She talks about people pulling up and she's not afraid and this, that, and the third. But when it happened, then suddenly it was, I'm concerned about my family. Well, if you are concerned about your family, there are things that you will not do for sake of the fact that it could put your family in danger. But you reacted to something that happened to you that was wrong. I don't believe anybody should make an account with her son's photo or her son's name or any of that. Not his nickname, nothing. He is innocent. And in one breath, we're saying we care about the children of these people. And then in another breath, it's okay to terrify him. And I don't care who it is. A child recognizes when their parent is being harmed. They know. So you to fight her in front of her child, it will never be okay with me. I mean, and whether we think she's pregnant or not, to fight somebody who may be pregnant, You do realize that if she is and she loses the baby, that ups the charge, right? Japonica, I don't know. But the way she made it sound was that he was there and he witnessed it. He was. Stop it! Because I was going to talk about that. Because she later on was like, I can no longer leave him in the room by himself because he's afraid. And my question was, when do you leave him in the room by himself? He's 5. Japonica, whether she is pregnant or not, the fact that she's saying she is should be enough to give you pause. Because if she is, I'm not saying she is, if she is, and she loses the baby, that upgrades the charge. So it's not about protecting her. It is about your own self, what's the word I'm looking for? Your own like self safety. Do you really want to risk going to prison for 25 years because you fought somebody and they lost their child? So I'm a different breed though. I'm not putting my life at risk for anybody except for the people that I love the most. But my question is, when was you leaving your child in the room by himself? The lady that beat her up said her child goes to the daycare and Faith is putting her child at risk. That is outrageous. Yes, self-preservation. Thank you. That's outrageous. And so when she said she wasn't sending him to school anymore, I think that's why I thought it happened at the school. But if somebody is threatening about knowing where he goes to school, again, what did he do? And he sounds like the sweetest little boy. How she treats him is absolutely outrageous. Don't get me wrong. And that's why I said this is double-sided. Because again, Faith, you play with fire, you're going to get burnt. You talk a whole bunch of shit behind the screen, and then when it faces you, it's everybody else's fault. You make it sound like your child is your top priority. That's all you care about. And yet you won't make the steps to create a safe life for him. I don't understand how you can do both. You leave him in a room by himself? I don't care if it's 5 minutes. He's 5. The only charmed one? I don't doubt it. And now, of course, it's all about safety. There's always going to be a background. I'm never going to show him again. This, that, and the third. Now I'm going to mute when I talk to him because people would love to get his voice to use. Girl, people have video after video after video of all the things you've already done. They don't need anything new. But what got me is when now she needs to move out of state again. And so while you may feel good that you beat her up and blah, 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 you have given her another reason to need more money from the very people who've already been taking care of her. And now that she has this new storyline, And people feel like a pregnant woman and a baby should be off limits. You have just added to her coffers. Oh, Maggie told her about it? She knew. She ain't slow. She don't gotta learn nothing from Maggie. I say it all the time. When someone is having a hard time getting the money, going in and making fun of them or their grandmother or what they look like only helps them. You're busy trolling and you're not paying attention to the fact that people get mad at that and then send money. Like you're doing the opposite because you're getting joy out of it. That's the only thing that's happened now. Now everybody wants to be in her corner, and anybody who talks about her is a bad person now. And now she doesn't just want her hotel room paid for, which now she don't even have to worry about. People are sending her more money than she knows what to do with. Now it's, I need to move out of state for me, for my son and myself's safety. So she's going to get to relocate. And guess what relocating does? Now she has to find a new school for him. Now she has to set up new services. She has to learn the area. She has to figure out after she gets him in school if she can get a job. But of course, we're going to ride this pregnancy thing out until the wheels fall off. I have always said that they do enough that we don't need to tease them about the way they look or how they sound or the food that they eat. We don't have to tease them about anything. We can literally just talk the facts. And that, in and of itself, is enough. If people want to play and on the deep end of the pool, you risk drowning. I'm going to stay here in the shallow end and just talk about what I see and what I hear, that anybody can go back and look at the proof and see. Absolutely, Miss Coffee. That's what I'm saying. You play with fire, you're going to get burned. But suddenly, it's just an app. But when someone did it to you, the world needed to come to an end. So you thought, I'm mad, so I'm going to do this to prove something. And I'm not saying one had anything to do with the other. I'm not making that connection. I'm just saying that when you have something to protect, like a child, you have to think like a mother. Could this come back to haunt me later? If it could, let me not do it. Yeah, let me be very clear. I am not connecting the two things. Correct, Anna. And especially when you talk a big game about how you're not afraid of anybody and this, that, and the third, and anybody could pull up. And then when somebody does, the earth has collapsed. Hey, Trolla. She is getting more money now than ever. And now that she has to move, guess what? Any talk about her needing to get a job, her needing to get stable, now she's going to have to sign up for a new housing list. So guess what? She's now at the bottom of that housing list. So you're going to be paying, because she's not going to stay in a motel. She's not going to go stay in a shelter. She likes the hotel life. So would I. Right, another P.O. box. So would I. I'd love to live in a hotel. I saw where a woman quit her job and lives on a cruise ship full time. And on the days where she has to stay on an island, she does. But she spends about $200 a day, I think. Living, I don't got to worry about food. I can see the world. And of course, because she's staying in hotels that may not have like a little kitchenette area, she gets to eat out every day. When you're lazy, why would you give that up? Thank you, Erica. Why would you give that up? And so now she has all the excuses in the world to need to start over. And she gets to keep the baby in the room so that people hear him. So that's my baby. And I have a baby on the way. Whether she's lying about it or not. If we want to bring attention so the money slows down, we have to use our heads and not our emotions, not our feelings, not our heart. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that later. And as women, we lead with our heart. That is the way we were made. Men tend to think more logically. That's why you need the both in a family. And so for us single mothers, we had to be dual. Single fathers have to be dual. You have to be emotional and logical. You don't get to live in your spot. So we have to be logical. We have to think 10 steps ahead. We have to play chess while they play checkers. That's what we have to do. And for the most part, we do it brilliantly. We do it brilliantly. We figured out what works. But we have new people joining the tent every single day. And some of them have done it out of anger, quite frankly. And so if we're going to guide them, let's guide them away from just dealing with it emotionally and thinking logically. Exactly, calling BS. Do I think that people aren't gonna, they call me old. What did she call me? She called me nursing home Nancy. And so what? So is that supposed to change what I say about you? I'm talking about what you do on TikTok. Correct, it's my turn. She's like, y'all have done me a favor. And of course, she'll show her face because it doesn't look like her face got hurt at all. What do you mean, Japonica? Really? Wow. What do you mean? Tell me what part of what I'm saying is wrong. I'm gonna wait. Oh, okay. I was like, oh, what did she think I said was wrong? Because I'm just trying to make sure that the community stays above what they do. When we drop to their level, how can we say we're any better? Oh, yes, Miss Coffee, I'm sorry. Good morning. Did you want to say something?
Good morning. No, I was just waiting until you
I
finished.
know. I know.
Good morning, everyone. But no, I'm glad you're covering her. And I'm gonna be honest, Dee Dee. When I saw that video, I was like, "It's about time." For a quick second, I'm not gonna lie, you
Yes,
know,
I understand. I
because I
understand.
was very infuriated when she posted T's mother.
Yep, so was I.
But like you said, we can't. Eye for an eye doesn't always work, and many times because what we build is like revenge givers. People see just that snippet and they just go pour money out of revenge, you know.
Yep.
Um, but to the point that you made about women, and because those are her main givers, right? We have
Yep.
to understand there's emotion and then there's logic. And I just encourage everyone to use your logic and not your emotion when it comes to this, because we can't care for their children more than they are. It
Hmm.
would be 1, 2 o'clock, and she hasn't done anything to improve her life for that day.
Yep.
You know, and it's to the point now where she's just putting on the camera, telling people not to like the live because she wants to see who's entering. She's blocking people upon entering, and she's just expecting people to pour money into her pockets. And they do it day in and day out so comfortably because that's what people are doing.
Hmm.
You know, just pouring money into them. They're not even showing their face. They won't sit up, won't comb their hair, won't put on any clothes. You know, so I just encourage those who are listening and who do give. I want you to separate your emotion from your logic, because I read comments from some of her supporters saying, "Well, God told me," and my question is, was it really God or was it your emotion?
Correct.
You know, and Faith would say, God don't play about me. Okay, that's cool. But what else is God telling you? Because surely he wants you to be accountable. Surely he wants you to be responsible. Surely God will want you to go and finish your education. Surely he will want you to work. Surely he would not want you to manipulate people. He's not just telling you one thing. He's a just and he's a equal God, right? If that's who
Yep.
we're talking about the same God. He's going to want you to get up and take care of yourself. Faith has been doing this for a long time, even with the Sherelle drama. So my whole point is just emotion and logic, and that's in the. I will also, Didi, be praying for the children. I shared on my chat that we can't control many of these adults. But we
Correct.
got to be intervening for these children, because what they're experiencing and the long term impact of what these children are experiencing because their parents are in front of TikTok all day is going to be astronomical. So I'll be praying for the babies because I'm over the mamas.
Absolutely. And we talk about the generational curses that we have. I got something. I started reading the book, and I'm going to share something, and I know some of y'all are going to leave when I do. But we talk about the generational curses that get passed down. And there are some that are natural, there are some that are made by the parent themselves, right? And we are going to have an entire community of children that believe that the only thing they need to do is turn the camera on, and that will create the life that they want.
Right.
Some
No
of
work
them,
ethic, no education,
no
no
education, because
structure.
none of these mothers who have nothing to show for their lives say to their children, you know what? I didn't finish my education. That was part of the problem, but you are going to. They don't have none of that. They are literally teaching their children to live off of a camera.
Hmm.
Some of them will have talent enough that they'll be successful. Just like we see now, we got 15-year-olds who are millionaires, little
Yep.
children who review toys that are
Review it.
millionaires. They
Yep.
happen to capture it. But
Hmm.
we're going to have a series of children, young adults, who are going to feel like the world owes them something because they turned a camera on. That is not how it works.
That's not how it works. It only becomes a burden on society, on all of us. And it's absolutely disgusting.
110%. So I appreciate you saying
Yeah.
that. And it's really funny because after I talk about Carla and Medina, I have a little bit of a raising the consciousness where I talk about Carla in particular talks a lot about having discernment, that they pray to God and God leads them. Um, yeah, the discernment
They
that
don't
y'all
even.
keep claiming isn't the discernment that is mentioned in the Bible.
Correct. Correct.
Because if you were using God's discernment, you wouldn't be doing the things that you're doing.
Because it'll cut you first. It'll check you first.
Correct. I love how the discernment didn't work when you was out here hucking and bucking and having kids without being married. Like, did you miss those scriptures?
Correct. But they
Did
say
you?
one scripture that sounds good, and the people just get happy and send money, and that's the manipulation that I just cannot stand.
Right,
You
because
know,
in most organized religions, doesn't matter what book you use, there are some basic tenets in all of them. And it's about being kind. It's about not looking down on somebody and judgmental. It's about helping the least of us, right? But this is the thing. God didn't mean people who are lazy. Why? Because there are scriptures that say if you
correct.
are lazy, if you don't work, you don't eat.
You're not going to eat, and that word "eat" means fulfillment. It's not just about physical food.
Correct.
If you don't eat, if you don't work, you will not have a fulfilled life. You will never be satisfied.
Correct. And it's never going to be enough. See, when
Never.
you have to work for it, you learn to be content with what you have. And then anything extra, you're appreciative of.
Hmm.
But they aren't even appreciative
Mm-mm.
of what they get. So
And
I
that's why it's a
love
cycle, and they're
how you
always on here.
huh?
And that's why it's a recurring cycle. We always see them on here. You know,
Correct.
my
It's
grandmother used to say, "You
easy.
look like your life." You
Yes.
know, so sometimes, and they say, "Don't judge." No, baby, I'm looking at your fruit. I could look at your life and see what you've been doing and what you have not been doing. I'm not judging. You're showing me.
Exactly. And what I don't understand is okay, you want to be a supporter, right? You like her, you care about her, you care about her child. Why do you find an excuse for everything that you know that violates the word, but then want to use the word to come down on people like us who bring attention to the nonsense or to the
Hmm.
other people who may have a problem with her? You want to throw the Bible in their face or be like, girl, God got you. Don't worry about these people. He does. God has you, right? But when
Hmm.
you go to God and say, God, I need, God comes back and says, well, if you're going to be my loyal servant, I need X,
Hmm.
Y, and Z. And it's amazing how they're never prepared to give God X, Y, and Z
Nothing.
and yet still expect God to have them. That's not how
Because
it
we're
works.
supposed to be wise stewards,
Yes.
supposed to be a wise steward, but they forget that part. They they forget all of that, and so that's why you can just consider yourself, Didi, a modern day Paul. Okay, your live streams are the letters to the church of Thessalonica.
Listen, and some of the scriptures I'm going to quote today, well, that I quoted the other day, came from Paul himself. And
Hmm.
so you have to and listen, when he wrote those letters that to the Galatians, to the congregations, and he told them, I love you and you are doing amazing. You're doing this and you're doing that. He even called out some of their names. But guess what always came after that? But this is what you need to do better.
Correct.
The
Correct.
Bible is a two-sided sword. It can fight
Hmm.
for you and it could also
Hmm.
cut you with what you're doing wrong.
It's going to rightly divide the truth. Yeah.
So for you to sit here and try to quote scripture and talk about how much you pray to God, I say this all the time. The devil listens to prayers as well.
Hmm.
And he can provide blessings. If you don't believe me, when he had Jesus and he said, I can give you this, I can give you that, Jesus didn't say, no, you can't. Jesus said, I'll get it from the Lord.
Uh-huh.
Thank you very much. So when all these people are like, God blessed you with this, and I'm here because I'm God's blessing, check yourself because you might
Correct.
not be. You might
Well,
not
I
be.
thank you for letting me in your box, Didi. I didn't want to take your chat off script, but I
Oh
just
no,
wanted to share
baby.
that.
You know we can
Okay.
do it. We can do it. And this is the thing. I don't bring scripture or my religious background until they do. When
Correct.
you start
Absolutely.
using it, then because what they're accustomed to is people who go to church don't go to Bible study, so
Correct.
they get the one scripture from the pastor that he made his
Hmm.
entire sermon on, and they walk out the
And that's
door.
it.
What they aren't accustomed to is people who have actually
Who have
studied
studied and know,
the
because you can go to
word.
the church and don't know none of the Bible.
Can't
Okay.
even find the scripture that he
Can't
said.
even tell you where. They say don't judge, baby. The Bible, that's not the whole scripture. That's just the first few words of that scripture.
Oh, I'm gonna show some today. I'm gonna show some today. Let me get to
Well, I'll be
Florida
right
so I
here.
could get there. Let me get there. Hold on. Let's do Medina real quick first
Okay.
because
I'll be in the chat.
okay, thank you, love. And for everybody who misses this, I feel sorry for ya. Okay, so Medina has made it to Houston, as we know, and Claudia is right there with her. I told y'all then that the whole Claudia going back to Houston was a setup, and that is exactly what it is. But she comes on now one time a day to beg. One time a day to beg. And it has been for food. But see, Medina, you lie so much. And because the people who are in your chat are sporadic, right? You don't have the faithful following that every time you come live, the same exact people show up. You say one thing on one live one day, you say something else on another live, but unfortunately, there's a me. And a me that watches it all. So I catch every single lie. Let me show y'all something real quick. This is the calendar of the month of November. So when they showed up in this, she called it a studio apartment. Now it's a hotel. Who knows what it is? But they have a kitchen. Wait, and let me say this. Thank God that the woman who has Chanel the dog has found a nice home for the dog in Massachusetts. Thank the Lord. But this is what was funny. The woman keeps saying, I need her shot records because I can't transport her without the shot records. And this is Medina. I'm having a hard time getting them. So she's just going to do them over. I almost cursed. Stop lying. Chanel never had a shot a day in her life. Oh, I'm always, listen, Jane Doe. This is part of why they hate me. Because I do more than just stream and talk. I'm going to pull your lives and pull your file so that people could see the lie when they can't follow it. So, she said when she got there that she had the room until the 14th. Because let's remember that when she got to Houston, paid for by her supporters, they didn't remember that she gets a check at the end of every month. But I do because she said it. So she gets a check at the end of every month. So that is how she was able to pay 2 weeks up front. When she goes away at the end of the month, that's why she gets a check. So she told us they had the room until the 14th, which is 2 days away. So they still have the room until the 14th. And so there you go. Megan said she paid until the 14th. That's the pink line. We are on the 12th. So in 2 days, they need more money. Now, let's see. On the 9th, which was Sunday, she came live and said to everybody, we need the money. We have the room until the 14th. Anything you give will go to the room. It's $281 a week. Anything we get. I know we don't need it until the 14th, but we're going to ask now because we don't want to worry about it on the 14th. Of course not, because you need $281. And so you could maybe ask for 60 a day, but you're not going to get $281 in a day. So you have to start early. So that was the 9th. On the 10th, however, She then tells us that Claudia is paying for a week. So that would take you until the 21st. Now, I do have a question. Where the hell is Claudia getting all of this money from? Because every time they need something, Claudia has her half. Claudia paid for her to get a haircut. Claudia, could you buy her some new clothes? Since you have $281 to lay down on a hotel, can you buy her something other than that black t-shirt? Please? Anyway, as an aside, so Claudia is going to pay $281. So then why are you on the live after that saying that you need the money for the room by the 14th? Sarah, maybe. But for a mother who is disgusted by the relationship Claudia is in, so much so that they're not invited over for the holidays, that Megan can't come to her home, why would she keep paying money for Megan to be taken care of? So I don't know. It's her good luck shirt. Listen. And I don't believe she just has one. I believe she brought a bag of black t-shirts, probably men's black t-shirts. They usually come 2 or 3, and she just wears them every couple of days. And sometimes she doesn't have laundry, so when we see her in them, it's dirty. Or she'll wear them for a week so that she has another one for next week. Tooth Fairy, no, she has just risen to the top very quickly because how much she lies. But again, I do too, Jane Doe. Most big bags do. We like to blend out the lies. I mean the roles in black. Anyway, why are you saying you need the money for the 14th if she's paying until the 21st? Now, I made sure I put it up here. The 22nd, until Megan gets her pay, her check, whatever it is, they'll need assistance. But it gives Megan time to get a job. So let's talk about said job. She said that she's tried to get a job within walking distance because she doesn't want to have to rely on getting on a bus. Well, every time y'all need money for anything else, Claudia is able to get it. So why couldn't she get you a month bus pass? Or if you're on food stamps and Medicaid and you go to your local social service office and you're trying to work, oftentimes they'll make sure you get a monthly bus pass. So that's a lie. Okay, let's start off there. Then, when she couldn't get a job within walking distance, which, what is walking distance? A block away? Like, I don't know, but whatever. She then said she took a bus to go further. Notice how the first lie, when it didn't work, we got to the second lie? Okay, so you've taken a bus and you wanted us to know that you didn't get a job anywhere else. But the Burger King, that is, what did she say? 2 minutes away? If it's 2 minutes away, why did you have to go on a bus? But okay, you had to go on a bus to the Burger King. And the woman there told you to call back on Wednesday, today, to talk to the general manager. Doesn't this sound like the story she had when they got to Corpus? It was always, I'm going to speak to this person, I'm going to talk to that person, I'm going to have a job. She only says those things so that people think they only have to help her a little while more. If we get her to this day, then she won't need any more money. And then we get there and the whole story falls apart. Then she don't know shit else about shit else, but she heard that Trump was giving out $2,000 checks. I bet you did hear about that. I bet you did. And she wanted to know, is it true? Is it true? Because if we do, we're going to get a car. Do you know how dumb you have to be to want a car over a head over your shoulders? But a car tells me that you intend to remain homeless. You just want a car so you could get from point A to point B, or you could start a channel of we're living out of our car. Claudia isn't going to go for that very long, my dear. And then she said by next Christmas or Thanksgiving, at the very least, they'll have a car. Right, Tooth Fairy, and then we'll need gas. And they'll be lucky if they get to pay for, if they get to cook dinner on Thanksgiving, because neither family wants anything to do with them. They'll be blessed if they could cook a meal that night. Girl, there are community programs that are going to have Thanksgiving everywhere. Go to one of those. Oh, the deposits is going to be February the 30th. Well, I'll enjoy it. And then she's going to need clothes because it's getting cold in Texas and all she has is shorts. And that's when she was like, but God is good because you know the dog Chanel? Y'all know the dog Chanel we have, the dog Chanel. How could we forget? Because again, you invited me to your box thinking what I don't know. And then you had to drop me because you said no one's going to call you a liar. I was just asking you questions. The fact that it proved you were a liar was a byproduct. So I'm so happy that the dog is going to be in Massachusetts. And then this is my other thing. How come we don't ever hear about Claudia applying for a job? Does Claudia get an SSI check? So she thinks that because I get a check every month, I don't need to work? Because in this day and age, if you want a car and an apartment, you need to go do, and you're a two-family household, you need two incomes. You need two incomes in this day and age. And especially when you're with someone who has no education, do you really think a part-time job at Burger King is going to set y'all up? Well, Spot for Spirit, that's why, that's like Medina needing $40 for food delivery. Of course, Jane Doe, it'll need a bunch of parts. I have a bolo. Whew, when I bring that bolo out. And again, my question is this. Where's all the money going? You guys are getting money every day. Where is it all going? And so if y'all were here several months ago, thank you, Calling BS, for liking the live. I appreciate it. I appreciate all of you for liking the live still. Now I forgot what I was going to say. Anyway, she's another holy roller that God got them. Okay. Well, God has some questions for you. He needs you to fulfill some of the promises that you made when you prayed for help. I would love to hear her prayer. What did you promise if you got the help? Huh? Are you doing any of it? Because you haven't met any of the promises that you've told the people who sent you money. Stop lying. I'm always going to be there. Keep blocking me. I bet you any amount of money I'm blocked from Bella James. But she want me over there. I'm going to go. And y'all know if I'm live and alive, the little green light will show up at the top and show you that I'm live. Okay. So that was enough on Medina. Who do I have left? I'll do Fei Fei Wednesday because she's the same shit every day. So I did her. Carla is last. She wouldn't be laugh. I wanted to talk about Sheena and Gabby today. It'll just have to be Wednesday. Yes, for the people who are still here, please continue to tap for me. I would appreciate it. And again, mods, if you have to go, please, real life comes first. Okay, I know I am way over. I haven't done a live this long in a long time, but because I missed Monday, and there's been a lot. Miss Carla, as y'all know, moved again. And I knew this was going to be a storyline. Wait a minute, hold on. We need to thank Rosetta Stone Girl for the Tim Nash video. You remember Rosetta Stone? I think that was where you could go to learn a language. That's the name, Rosetta Stone Girl. That's who we need to go thank. You made your appointment for 12. Oh, we won't go that long. See, my problem with Carla is that when she needs money, she uses God. She says that because God hasn't allowed any of her jobs to work out, that God is telling her she needs to do social media for a living and that she's an evangelizer, but she doesn't want her social media to be about evangelizing. But when she goes live and needs money, she's evangelizing. Make it make sense. Hey, Miss Coffee, I'm glad you back, baby, because this is another one. This is the biggest holy roller I have right now, and it pisses me off the most. You say God wants you to do social media for a living, which would mean that you wouldn't have to beg for money on here if God was blessing your efforts of doing social media. But every time you're not talking about God, you don't get any money. So either make your platform a spiritual one, which is what you did to get as many followers. She has hundreds of followers, thousands of followers, but can't get more than 12 people in a live. Why? Because she started off as a holy roller, encouraging everybody and being an evangelizer, as she calls it. And she claims that she was worse off than she is now, but she had too much pride to ask for anything. And the moment she switched over to, y'all want me to continue, y'all need to start paying me because I need a place to stay and food, etc. Guess what happened? All of the people who were there for her spiritual message turned off. Because let me just tell you something. People who are about spirituality, when they start to see BS, they turn the other way. They can see it for what it is. People with real discernment can see what it is. And people who want to be close to the spirit, without actually deciding that they want to be led by the spirit, they like to be right here. I get to feel good that I'm helping somebody who says they're evangelizing, so that's granny points so that I might be able to get into heaven. But I don't actually want the spirit to come into my life, because then they would tell me the things that I'm doing right and wrong. So I don't really want it. I just want to be staying close to it. I want to snuggle up to it. And then she'll pray for me, which when she starts praying, I actually leave. And that'll cover all my sins. But see, the thing is, the Bible says you have to confess your sins, ask God for forgiveness, and try to turn around and do another course. Yes, he died for your sins. He died for the Pharisees and the Sadducees' sins. He still called them liars. He still called them foolish. He still said they were leading the people the wrong way. He died for all of our sins. But when you know better and you don't do better, the Bible says you are worse than somebody who never knew. Again, stop using the Bible with people who don't know what the Bible really says, because that's what you're getting. You couldn't really let anybody in the box that knows the Bible and have a conversation, because they would blow you out the water every single time. And there are people who are well more educated than I am. And like I told y'all Friday, it's amazing that God wants her to be still and be quiet and not move when she don't need money. But suddenly when she needs money, God puts it on her heart to come to TikTok and beg. And y'all are stupid enough to believe that that's true? You don't have enough discernment to realize that that is so far away from the Bible, God, and the Holy Spirit. It's literally miles apart. And I'm telling you, Carla, if you keep playing this game, you are going to suffer the consequences. Because the beautiful thing is that God will just let life happen to you. The shield he has over you to protect your life, he'll just take it off. And then let life beat your ass. But if the person who's really blessing you turns out to be the devil, well, he'll give you the world. And you'll give him your life. And then you think that what you got to do now is bad. And let's not forget, when she went to LA, she was a 304. She was making videos. She said it herself. But she said she didn't like it. And that is what encouraged her to turn over to God, which is a beautiful thing. If you then weren't using God as the new hustle. You can love God. Don't use God as your hustle. So remember, she said that on the plane, the people she was talking to about the place she was going let her know that there aren't very many people in their area that look like her. And I was like, storyline number 2, God and now racism. So sure enough, in both the Uber she was in, they were racist. What a surprise. What a surprise. And she wanted people to know that they were Christians, because even the second Uber driver gave her a little Jesus. But they were racist. I told y'all when she said that about being on a plane, here we go. We got to have something new. And if God is leading you, why would he lead you straight to racism? And this is what she said. She said the Uber driver was racist and they're older and they're palm colored. And she says, here comes this energetic, nice, brown person from Mexico. What? The Holy Spirit told her he was racist because she's sensitive to those things, to people's spiritual repression and the spirit of rage and anger. So then why did God put you in that car? Because God sent you there. Why did he put you in that car? So that you could come to TikTok and tell us about it? Or did you use it so that you could say, oh my God, I'm in a racist place and I'm going to need your support more than ever because I'm not going to get any resources here because they're racist. So first it was God. And now it's racism. And then he talked about the fact that she's from Texas and he heard that it's a bad place. And then she said that he brought up ICE. And that then he spent the rest of the time talking about his political stance, that he supports Trump and ICE. They're just doing their job. She felt as a woman of God, and she said that she feels she's a woman of God, and she let them know that they aren't treating people right. She said, and then his venom. No, then she said the demon in him came out even more. Lovely Yash, see, when you are a person with discernment, when you are a person who has read the word, when you are a person that is a servant of God, you are able to see through the nonsense. See, she only mentions God when she needs money. What you might not know is that she has another account on another platform that she doesn't mention God at all, because she believes that her calling is social media. Well, if it's not that part, how am I supposed to believe what part was God? See, this is the thing, lovely Yash. I've said on more than one occasion that God can use anybody in any circumstance, her included. But she's telling the story to get money. I can't think of it off the top of my head, but I know it's on Twitch. So you might see it in her account. She's on Twitch. But she doesn't get any money over there because she doesn't do anything. People will come to your page, and if they see you just sitting there going, they're going to go to the next person. It's okay, Sarah. I want people to come in and ask questions. I want people to disagree with me, because then it ends up making me get pointed, and it helps everybody else. And maybe then they can turn it over and let other people know. Think about this. Because after telling this story, directly after telling this story, she says, I'm down to my last $25. and it cost 10 to get to the store and 12 to get back. And the only reason why she was able to get food was because she still had a couple of dollars on her food stamps. So now she only has $2 to $3. See, when you watch her long enough, you realize that everything has a point, and the point is always money. That's why I'm just talking. Because whether she's new, a fake account, when you ask me a question, it gives me the opportunity to spell it out for somebody who might not have been bold enough to ask the question. They might just be a silent watcher wondering the same thing. When the end of every story is why I need money, that's not God-led. I'm sorry. It's not. Oh, thank you, Meow. So that was the ride to the store. Now we have the ride from the store, where she says that Uber driver claimed to be a Christian with a cross and scriptures in the car, but they don't have Jesus's heart. Now I'm supposed to accept what you say, but you get in a car and you immediately know he doesn't have Jesus's heart. And then she said, and then God told her what to purchase at the store. But that when she was in the car with this Christian with a cross, she felt a strong heaviness. And then she went right back to racism. That he said to her that she didn't look like any of the people he's picked up before, going back and forth to hotels. I'm sorry, let me say it correctly. He told her she didn't look like any of the whores that he takes back and forth to hotels. And then he gave her a baby Jesus. Guys, calm down. When y'all start beefing, people stop paying attention to the message. She said that this man called her a whore, or said she didn't look like the whores he picks up. Y'all missed that because y'all are battling back and forth in the comments. And then she says, there's a reason that God sent her there, but she doesn't think she will be here long. She's glad she got the baby Jesus because she's always wanted one, but she's not sure if she could keep it because of who it came from. Now she isn't excited to be there. And now she's broke. When I take these notes, I'm taking them in real time. I'm not jumping all over the place. Now she's broke. And now she isn't sure if she can stay there because it's not a vibe. But if God sent you there, what do you mean? The vibe that the people get you aren't supposed to matter, right? Because God sent you there. She showed us what she got from the grocery store. And she wanted people to know that God is calling a lot of people to him, so be vigilant. And she would charge her phone and she would be back. So she came back another day. Why? to show us the food she had left. Mind you, someone had to have paid for the hotel the night before. And if she comes back to show us the amount of food she has left, and oh, wait a minute, she doesn't just need food, she needs pads because it's her time of the month, and she needs shampoo and the hotel for tomorrow. Mind you, when she came live, I got the notification and I decided to watch from the outside. It was almost 5 minutes before anybody else came in. If they're doing too much, mute them. That's all. Just mute them. If it's too much that they're distracting the chat, just mute them. They can stay. But if they aren't talking to me to try to make a point about this nonsense, what was the question? I missed it because I was reading the notes as they happened. So what was your question? Go ahead. Does she have a usual amount she asks for? It varies depending on which hotel she's staying in because she prefers a hotel that has a kitchen so she can cook for herself, and that is where she is now. So it depends on the price of the hotel. And she doesn't just come live to ask for money. She asks people behind the scenes. But on this particular day, I don't know. But I'm going to jump to this part. She said that she prayed. No, I'm sorry. That's another point. She said that she had a vision of her in her head of the amount. She was telling a story about getting money, and she said she had a vision in her head of an amount, and that's the exact amount she got from somebody, and that was God. And she called it a gift of discernment. So after about almost 5 minutes, no, I'm not offended. It's just that I think what people want you to do is listen, because the longer you listen, the more you'll get it. So just stick around. Just stick with me. I'll make every point, I promise. And then ask me a question. They are very protective. So there's somebody named Joshua who has helped her in the past. And when he comes in, she's like, hi, every time. Every time. And as soon as he got in there, she needs money for food. Of course, she didn't get her food stamps, but guess what? Her food stamps aren't due for another week. But my question is, did you jump states because the food stamps were going to run out in the state you were in because you are a young, able-bodied woman? Mind you, I did the calculation. She's not 30 yet. If she was born in 1998, she is not 30 yet, but she's 27. At 27, I had been married twice and a widow. And I had a little boy. So and I was working full time. But if your food stamps aren't due for another week, why are we here? Why are we here? So that's when she said she also needs feminine hygiene products. And that's also why she's feeling so bad. And of course, she has to mention that she's sick from the mold from 2 years ago. And I'm like, while she stays in a hotel with a full kitchen. And of course, she did the famous anything helps. When you want to know if it's a scammer, anything helps is a definite sign. When they say that, you're like, they figured it out. Anything helps. That she's trying to hold on. She can't catch a break. You're where God put you. What do you mean? What break are you looking for? Tim's fake kids. Hilarious. Then she said she got upset and expressed her disdain for the fact that churches don't help. Now, I know there's a woman running around calling churches talking about, I have a hungry baby, rattle, rattle, proving that they don't help. But that leaves out the part that churches used to help when people were honest. And now they only help their parishioners because they've been burned over and over and over again. Kiki, with her 5 kids, well, I think it was only 3 of the kids, went through the process of getting baptized in a church so that they would pay for their hotel room. And after that happened, she never stepped foot in that church again. Yes, and she did it live. She did it live. We saw her and the kids get baptized. So if you call that church after what Kiki did and they say, no, we're not helping, you have to be a parishioner, why are we mad about that? Because if I'm giving money to my church to help people who need help, at least if it's doing it to Sister Jones over there with her 3 kids whose husband just passed away, I know where it's going. I talk about Sheena all the time at C Boutique. All the time. I go live Monday, Wednesday, and Friday and talk about 9 people. She is regularly on here. We know all about Miss Sheena, and Miss Sheena doesn't like me because I'm blocked. Oh, well, I guess I missed Bella's invitation. She's always welcome to come over here with her followers, and we can have the discussion here. But I guess I missed the 10 o'clock invitation. Or did she meet 10 o'clock her time? Because that gives me a couple more hours. Sheena's the worst. And she knows how I feel. And then Carla says that people don't want to help people anymore. And that she wished people did. And that, of course, she would help a homeless person, that she's done it 1,000,000 times. If you've done it 1,000,000 times, you've done it with somebody else's money, ma'am. I can help the homeless with somebody else's money. Why don't you become a productive member of society so that you can help people with your own money? She compared herself to a woman with kids. You don't have kids. Of course, it's harder for a woman with kids to manage because she has to be home for the kids. So she might only be able to get a job for the hours that the kids are in school. You don't have that problem. But you keep moving so that just like Faith, you have a reason to explain why you have to start over. And now this will be the second move. Wait, she left Tennessee, went to Chicago, stayed there 72 hours, and then God told her to move again. And now he sent her to a podunk town full of older people and racists. And guess what? I don't think I'm going to be here long either. Why God sending you to all these places? On somebody else's dime. It doesn't make sense. Now she's sick again. This is the third time she's been sick. Well, ma'am, are you not, God hasn't given you the discernment to understand that a lot of times when you travel, you end up sick because you are taking in recycled air inside a plane? And let's not forget, she traveled when she thought she had COVID. She had actually, let me just say this. She was diagnosed with COVID, felt better, and got on a plane. And as soon as she got on the plane, she felt worse. I'm lying. She said 2 days before she got on the plane, she felt worse. And guess what? She still got on the plane. So I wonder how many people got sick when you got on the plane with active COVID. Did you care about the fact that you might get anybody else sick? No, because people like you travel regardless. And for someone who has teas and potions and vitamins, you stay sick. But never goes to the doctor. Because if she was able to prove how sick she was, with the mold, for instance, she'd have Medicaid. Right? She'd have Medicaid if she could document that her illnesses are what's preventing her from working. And then she could get Social Security. But we haven't done any of that. We don't even see a doctor because we don't have insurance. And she would prefer to see a natural doctor. Again, that's not discernment. Because God wants, if God is sending you on a mission, he needs for you to be whole, especially physically. The last thing he would do is send you around the country to evangelize sick with COVID. Right, Amazing Grace. For someone who's being told to be still and be quiet, she's doing a lot of being loud and moving. It's only still when she needs money. God told me to come to the airport and sit here, and so I'm just being still. I'm just being obedient. And somebody's going to come along and give me the money to get my luggage on the plane. And then, even when she got more than she needed for the luggage, she went to a hotel room because God told her to. She could have saved that money, stayed in the airport so that when she got where she was going, she could have a hotel room. But no, Marion, I've never heard of Titus. So when she started talking about this is all the gift of discernment, I said, I've had enough. Oh, nope. That's going to be for another day. Spiritual discernment is a decision-making process in which an individual makes a discovery that can lead to future action. For a Christian, which is what she claims to be, discernment is a process by which God helps an individual reach the best decision. The Latin root of discernment means to separate or set apart. In Christian life, it is the ability to separate good from evil, truth from falsehood, and wisdom from foolishness. And all she does is foolishness. Discernment is a useful gift in various situations in our lives. It's the ability to evaluate situation and choose courses of action while staying aware of the moral implications of all the options. Discernment isn't something that just happens. It requires hard work and attentiveness. We accomplish this by assessing the moral and spiritual status of each individual, group, or movement. The goal of discernment is to live according to the thoughts of God, practically and spiritually. This is what it means to see things the way God sees them and act accordingly. Oh, wait, I went backwards. Hold on. Spiritual discernment is a gift from God. Wait a minute. I think I skipped a page. Okay, this is what I was talking about decision making and the logical and the emotional. There are two types of decision making: head-based, which is ruled by logos, which is why it's called logic, and heart-based, those ruled by ethos, meaning emotions. Most people who make decisions with their heads are usually rational and personal and objective. Heart-based decision makers are thought of as passionate, empathetic, and centered in their feelings. Both of them have strengths and weaknesses, but it can also be unwise to just use one or the other when making decisions. Discernment is the marriage of these two thinkings. This enables us to make sound decisions through logic and not overlook details, while also demonstrating empathy and understanding the viewpoints of others. Spiritual discernment is a gift from God. However, you can cultivate and develop a greater spiritual discernment within yourself. It's not just praying to God and he starts telling you what to do. The rewards for doing so are great. Spiritual discernment frees you from the manipulations and the deceptions of others, allowing you to live the life that God created you to live. And see, that's why I have spiritual discernment to know she's full of crap. I get to use my discernment to see through her nonsense, because logically what she said doesn't make sense. And emotionally, I know she's manipulating people. I can use both to see through a person. And I can pray to God and be like, God, does this make sense? So, the other day, I showed you these scriptures from 1 Corinthians. That God is not a God of disorder, but of peace. And he says to let all things be done decently and in order, because her life is chaos. And God is not a God of chaos. But I got a few more for her. At Proverbs 14:29, it says, the one who is slow to anger has great discernment, but the impatient one displays his foolishness. Here's the second. Proverbs 2:1-5 says, by making your ear attentive to wisdom and inclining your heart to discernment, Moreover, if you call out for understanding and raise your voice for discernment, then you will understand the fear of Jehovah and you will find the knowledge of God. But you have to be attentive to wisdom. You have to incline your heart to discernment, not your brain. Oop, hold on. This is the last scripture. Wisdom rests quietly in the heart of an understanding person, but among the stupid, it must make itself known. According to one reference work, what the scripture at Proverbs 14:33 is saying, the fool, anxious to appear wise, blurts out what he thinks is wisdom, but in the process turns it to folly. Girl, that's you. You are so hell-bent on proving that you get this discernment from God and he's moving you from one place to another. You are actually making a fool out of yourself. Because for people who have real discernment, we see through you. You are like glass. I reference a lot of Bibles. I do the New World's Translation, a reference Bible. I use, oh my God, the King James Version, and a few others. And sometimes I Google it to make sure that it's understandable. I use a lot. And I'm going to end with this. Discernment is not knowing the difference between right and wrong. It's the knowing the difference between right and almost right. And I thought that was so cute. I thought that was so, like, chef's kiss. In my opinion, she heard people talking about using discernment. Oh, that's what your pastor did also? Okay, no problem. I try to use Bibles. I use various Bibles because I don't want anybody to think that I'm either trying to push a particular religion or sometimes a scripture here, especially in the King James Version, it does a lot of heareth and youeth and ieth and so that the scripture gets lost because we're trying to translate the language. So I try to use Bibles that are plain. And when I look up information, I use it from any source that I find that makes sense, that I can give it to people in a way that they can understand without sounding preachy. So, yeah. She said that God took her out of the working world so she can pursue her passion, which is social media. Then I have one question. What is your content? Because right now, your content is begging for money. That is your testimony. Oh, thank you, Shasky. I only talk about it when somebody tries to use it. Be careful who you let pray over you. Erica, you're hilarious. Be careful who you let. Closed mouths don't get fed. And I will always hit back with, you don't work, you don't eat. That's a scripture in the Bible too. And the beautiful thing about being a curious person is that and discerning at the same time is that when I come across something that I don't know nothing about, the worst thing somebody could have gave me was the internet. Oh, thank you, disturbed one. The worst thing anybody could have gave me was the internet. My doctors hate that I have the internet at my fingertips. Oh, they all say it. Tim and Angela say it too. Again, they hear one scripture that fits their narrative and they will use it over and over and over again. But that's how you know they don't know the rest of the Bible, because they only use the ones that fit their narrative. Oh, listen, Tanya, talk about the Bible, talk about politics, talk about racism, anything, and they're out. And what it proves too, and I said this to you guys. Now, a lot of people probably left because they had to go on with their day, which I 100% understand. But some of them leave when I talk about an affirmation. And so what that tells me is that they're only here for the drama. Or they're only here to hear about one particular person, and then they're out. But you know why I don't get upset about that? Because you came here to hear it. You came here to hear it. So if you come here to hear one person, you're here for 30 minutes, you're here for 5 minutes. I hope that in that time, you walk away with something that you're able to put in your back pocket and use later. I'm going to still say it. And I'm going to post it on YouTube. And hopefully they stay just long enough that they hear something else. You know, see, like Bella stayed to hear what was said about her so that she could, and I'm sure she's going to be like, and she misgendered me. I made a mistake. I don't make a practice of misgendering. Why would I? Because again, I'm not here to make anybody feel bad about who they are, what they look like, even where they are in life. My problem is that you want to stay here because it's free money, as they say. It's free money, but it's not free because somebody had to go out and work for it. Oh, thank you. I don't mind people being a silent watcher. Silent watchers is what happens, what moves and shakes. All I ask is that you tap for me. Because every time I leave a live, I have 5 or 10 or 20 new followers. So however it happens. And what I also loved is when those videos were made about me, about having subs and accepting gifts and that sort of thing, I lost a lot of people. But slowly but surely, they got replaced. And then what happened? Over time, when I remained consistent, a lot of those people came back. Because it's clear, I don't do jack diddly squat for the money. This is a passion of mine. You know, when I thought about my dad's passing, my dad would have gotten taken advantage of on TikTok over and over and over again by the same people we see every day. Because he was raised in an era when lying was frowned upon. You didn't need to lie. If you said you were hungry, he would believe you were hungry. If he said that your kids were in a fire, he would take his last dime and send it to you. And I know that there are people on TikTok now who are just like him. So I don't care what I have to spend. I don't care how much time it takes. I don't care how much I have to repeat with the same people over and over and over again. This is what I do. And whether you're lying about SNAP benefits or Medicaid, whether you're lying about the school system or CPS, whether you're lying about anything that I can research, I'm going to pull it. I'm going to learn about it. And I'm going to bring it here and tell y'all about it, so that we are all equally informed. See, I don't care about keeping it to myself. I don't care who uses what I have to share the message, because it's about the message. It's not about me. I know, Erica, everybody knows my origin story. So I wanted to talk about Christine because she claims she called the cops because he was choking her out again. I don't believe that. Because he just did it at the church and you didn't tell them. I think it was somebody who heard her, or somebody who was sick of hearing them fight. Because he's now locked up. And unless he gets a special something, he's probably going to go to jail. Like, he's going to get time. Because he's already on probation for doing it. And part of me wants her to go to. Because, so this is what we're doing. Now you want the law to come in and fix it? When you chased him all around Illinois to be back with him, lied to people, scammed people out of money, saying you were going in a different direction just to end up with him, you need to end up where he does, because he was home with his mama. And you went and found him. Oh, I'm sorry. You are correct. Ooh, I do that all the freaking time. Hold on. I'm sorry. You are absolutely right. Thank you. This is her. You run around and you had your friend give you $300 so you could get a tent, a bed, couch, lounger, fans, everything. You were set up nice, and I don't believe she was in the place random, because it was a very high gate. She was very well hidden and very safe. And you left all of that behind because you found a shelter that would take you, and it's leaving Peoria. And they paid not only for the money for you to get there, they paid for you to stay in a hotel so that you could get your subs before you went in there. And then because you didn't go to like the whatever the day, you had another couple of days to wait. You get in there, and lo and behold, he's in there with you. And the way you show it is you show you guys in church together? Yeah, Grammy. And then you pop up pregnant again, which we knew that was a lie. But that's the lie you told your people and they believed it. And then he choked her out. The church was made aware. They asked him, he admitted to it. They asked her, she lied about it. But they kicked him out. They didn't kick her out. They kicked him out. What did she do? She left right with him and then told everybody they kicked us out because he choked me out. Why would they? And again, she said that to make them look bad. Because why would they kick her out? I mean, they could have because she lied, but they could have kicked. Why would they kick her out? But what did she do? When she was at the Walmart looking for another tent, she made it look like she was alone with all of her stuff. She didn't mention that he was with her at all. Right? She went in Walmart, got the prices, did the whole thing. But guess what? They don't want her outside, so they put her in a hotel. And then she got an agency to pay for the hotel for 2 weeks. And guess who popped up? Kaden. Did your people know that they were paying for Kaden to stay there? No. So believe that he has beat you up over and over again, and you have chased him down every single time. But this time you called the cops, and this time I don't even see a bruise. Last time she kept showing the bruise on her neck. That's why I said she need to go to jail with him. Because if she, and magically the day that they had to leave the hotel, he ends up in jail and she's back in a DV shelter. Exactly. It's all way too convenient. Exactly, Suz. Exactly. And for those of us who have truly been through it, and I know that it's hard to leave, but she's doing that. She will literally be like, he beat me, and she'll show him and then go back to the camera. Or she'll act like she's so annoyed. And of course, women who have been through it immediately attach to her. Because they remember when they went through it. But I promise you, for people who stayed, right? If the man literally went across the state and you were set, would you chase him? Would you lie to people to get the money to chase him and then go chase him? Right, Crystal Jean? So that's why whether he does it or not, any sympathy is lost. Because you keep going back. You lie to people to get back to him. So I don't want to hear it. Save it for somebody else. Because I do not want to hear about it. And the people in her chat, oh. Y'all keep drinking the Kool-Aid. Just remember, the last people to drink Kool-Aid on a massive level are no longer living. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, be curious and look it up. Look up what happened when a bunch of people in a cult drank the Kool-Aid. Yes, they are, Ruru, and I almost said it and then didn't. Marbeer, it's okay. It's okay. You remember that? No, it was actually it was in Grenada. It actually happened in a different country. Because he couldn't do what he wanted to do to those people in this country. So he left. He took them and told them they were building paradise. He was working in people like slaves. Guyana. There you go. Thank you. It was in Guyana. It was Kool-Aid, all right. It tasted good going down. Jim Jones, you got it right. Oh, it is almost time for your appointment. And I was like, we definitely won't be on that long. But y'all could tell what happens when I get a little bit of a break. I come back ready. Anyway, that's why I'm going to take a break. I'm going to take a week off. I just don't know when. Because this is high time for the scammers. Thank you, Meow. Well, at least some people who never get to see me live got to see me. Really? Let me tell you something. She might, and you know what? This is the other thing. She's the kind of person that'll go to court and be like, he really wasn't doing anything bad. I just got scared, so I called. Or she'll say, if it wasn't her who called, she'll say nothing was happening. They were lying, or we were just being wild sexually, and they heard a lot of noise and they called. She will literally go to court and downplay whatever happened. Yeah, I blame it on. It's because people keep saying stuff on TikTok. They probably found out where I was, where we were, and they called on us. 100% she'll be there. What I would love is if the shelter said to her, people who come here can't leave for 72 hours. That would be chef's kiss. I guarantee you she'd be looking for a hotel because she'd still leave because there's no way she's not going to court. I wish the court had cameras in it because I sure would watch. Because I guarantee her ass will be right there in the audience. Well, guys, it is almost 12 o'clock, which means it's been 5 hours. Oh, okay, TikTok president. Of course she does. She want to be sitting right there. It's almost like somebody who does stupid stuff to be seen by people. Oh, Hippie Holly. Oh, yeah, she's been crying and whining. Thank you. Thank you. Well, I need a nap. And of course, the kids think we should have been asleep a long time ago. They are knocked out. You know what's funny, guys? I was about to throw out a piece of furniture that belonged to my mom that broke. And I've been watching this show where they upcycle furniture. And you know, it's like when I watch Great British Baking Show and I think that I can now bake, I can make pastry from hand, end up always buying it from the store. But whatever. But I've been watching this upcycling show and I was like, you know what? I'm going to make it a cat house. And of course, Mr. rolls his eyes because he's like, I don't want nothing to do with it. He's like, I don't want nothing to do with it. And so that's what I'm going to do. Because it serves two purposes. It's something for the babies, which means that it's going to get to stay. But it allows me to keep a piece of my mom that I don't want to get rid of. Like, this is something she had my entire childhood. And I don't, the only thing that the one of the legs broke. So I'm keeping it. And I'm taking all the legs off. And I'm going to make it for the cats. I know. He was like, you just yelled at me the other day to throw it out. And now you're going to do something with it. I'm like, that's what happens with time. Anyway, guys, I appreciate you. You know I love you. On Friday, if we have time, I'm going to talk about building resilience. Because even though we sit here and we talk and we have a good time together, I know that behind all of it, every single one of us is facing something. Whether it's health, financial, our family, our friends, our work, our mental health, our physical health, we are all facing something, which is part of why when we see this nonsense, it pisses us off so much. And at the end of the day, you eventually get to an age when you realize that even when you solve that problem, there is another one coming around the corner. And so even if we get rid of all of our friends, the new friends we get, we're still going to have a problem. Even if we get a new job, there's going to be somebody at the job that doesn't like us that we're not going to like. Even when we get cured from this, as we age, we'll end up with something else. So at the end of the day, the only thing we can change in any situation is how we see it, how we feel about it, and how we will react to it. Because it's coming. And so the thing we need to build is resilience. Because that will allow us to climb every mountain that we face, every valley that we face. Because we know eventually on the other side, there'll be an uptick. So we live for the uptick, not in paranoia about the valley. Oh no, I'm taking a nap, Joanne. 110%. Well, if the scammers let me. I literally have to turn off the TikToks. Because first I might go see if Bella James is live. See if she wants me in her box. So it might not be a nap right away. But it's going to be a nap for sure. Mister don't get home for hours. I could nap as long as I want. I love you guys. Please hug your loved ones because tomorrow isn't promised. And please do some self-care. I do have an outro song for you guys today. Let me put up our little outro symbol. White Sox, stop snoring. White Sox got a nerve to be over there snoring. I haven't even gone to sleep yet, sir. Wait, hold on. I want to see if y'all can hear it. Did y'all hear him snoring? Everybody have a wonderful day.